together.
All right, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the June 14th, 2021 Mont Vernon School Board meeting. It is 4:33. The first item on the agenda tonight is the organization of the Mont Vernon School Board for this year. And so with that, I will take nominations for the office of chair of the Mont Vernon School Board. The way this process will work is I will receive all of the nominations, and then we will hold a vote. Each board member will have one vote the first round, and if there is not a clear winner, we will continue with further rounds of voting. So are there any nominations for chair of the Mont Vernon School Board? Ms. Hinckley?
I nominate Sarah Warren.
Are there any other nominations for chair? Ms. Lawrence, if elected, would you serve in that capacity?
Yeah.
So I'm going to call a vote for the office of chair of the Mont Vernon School Board. There's been one nomination for Sarah Lawrence. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries 2-0-1. I'll turn the meeting over to Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. We now need to appoint a vice chair. Do you have nomination for vice chair? By the way, Pete Eckhoff is not here this evening. He's sending a letter stating that he would accept the nomination to continue as vice chair if he is so named. So do we have any nominations for vice chair?
He was going to be nominated anyway, so Mr. Eckhoff for the vice chair.
Okay, do we have a second for that or any other nominations? I'll second that. Okay, thank you. So let's take a vote on Mr. Eckhoff, who I assume we can do that, Mr. Steele, since he said he would accept. So let's go ahead and take a vote, all in favor of Mr. Eckhoff for vice chair. Okay. Now we need to go ahead and appoint a secretary. We have nominations for secretary.
I nominate Ms. Hinckley for secretary.
I don't have any other nominations complete. Would you accept the nomination? So that's fine. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of Ms. Hinckley as our secretary. Thank you. And we do have an open board seat, which I believe we have 4 letters open for. I'd like to suggest that we schedule some interviews with those 4 candidates since it's not obvious. So if we're okay with that, I'll work with Abby and get some interviews scheduled. Are you okay with that? Yeah, that makes sense to you.
It does.
Okay, perfect. And now we have committee responsibilities. I'm gonna try and click over to the travel board.
Do I need to rattle them off for you?
Yeah, would you? Mine's not loading at this moment.
Town Budget Committee, 1 member.
Anybody?
Yes, I can do that again.
You were fabulous.
SAU Budget Committee, 1 member.
I think that was me last time. But or Pete, do we know who did it last time?
I think it was me
Was it you?
last time, yeah.
You want to do that too?
I can do it too.
Really?
I can recommend Bill, sure.
Thank you.
School Budget Committee.
That is key.
Okay, let's keep Pete there for right now and Pete will accept it. If not, I'm happy to do it.
Manifest, 2 members.
I'll keep doing it. I've been doing it since Scott stepped down, so
Okay,
I'm happy
I
to
can
do
do
it.
that.
Until the new person's appointed.
Yeah, you want, unless you're dying to
No.
do it. Okay, yeah, I'm happy to do that as well.
RSEC is not needed this year. We just rotated off the rotation for RSEC. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
You're welcome.
PTA, 1 member.
Sure.
I think that's some connections.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, I'll do the PTA.
So new this year, the Joint Facilities Advisory Committee, which is primarily for the Amherst and Souhegan facilities projects, they have suggested that there be a Mont Vernon member moving forward that's invited as a full member to that committee because of the impact both with the tuition agreement for the 7th and 8th grade students who attend the Amherst Middle School as just well representing the overall Mont Vernon community. There is a Souhegan representative who's elected from Mont Vernon to represent the Souhegan aspect of the Joint Facilities Advisory Committee. But they're requesting if someone's willing to do it to participate in those meetings moving forward.
I do have to. Either you want to do that?
If somebody wants to stand down, I would say maybe we should wait for the couple to be appointed.
Yeah.
That will not be a small commitment this coming year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Policy Committee, 2 members starting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
You know what? I'd like to stick with it. I did it last year.
Yeah, me too. Do you want to fight us for that?
Transportation.
I'll do that.
That was a quick draw there, Mr. O'Leary.
That's the thing with policy.
New Hampshire School Board Association.
I did that last year. All I know is that the delegation's happening in October this year.
Yeah.
Doesn't impact you any differently. That's fine.
And then MPEA, we're not negotiating this year. We just had a contract passed last week, but still, if there's any issues that arise that require negotiation with the board.
I'd be happy to do that.
I believe that's all of our assignments. I went back over last year's minutes of this meeting. I'm not aware of any other assignments.
Okay, so I think that's it for our organizational stuff. We are up to our public comment time 1 of 2, a few minutes ahead of schedule. So we'll go ahead and open that up. So we thank all of you for joining us. If anyone would like to address the board, we just ask that you state your name and the street that you live on, and then we're happy to hear any comments that you have for the board this evening.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Gibson. I live at 166 Maxwell Road in Amherst, New Hampshire. And the only reason why I'm at this meeting this evening is because of the fact that Christine has a new position. Her position is to cover K through, I believe, 8 curriculum, and as a curriculum coordinator. And I've suggested on many occasions that the curriculum coordinator work with best practices, and best practices is obviously something that all educators are familiar with. Best practices would afford the children with a consistent education from grades pre-K through 12 anyways. But also, I have suggested over the last year and a half, if not 2 years, that the curriculum mapping be a tool for the SAU, the entire SAU, from pre-K through 12. Curriculum mapping is an asset that will allow parents to see exactly what's going on in their child's classroom on a unit-to-unit basis. It will give the parents the resources that the teachers are using. It will also give the parents an understanding of the multiple intelligences that have been identified through education, and how a diverse learning climate can be established in the environment of each class. So I am suggesting once again, as I have done, like I said, over the last several years, that this be done in our schools. The curriculum right now does not have any of that. So there is no transparency into what goes on with our children in the classroom as far as what they're learning and also how they are learning. So I keep pushing this and I keep asking that it be done, and there has been no reply or positive response to that.
Thank you very much for your comments, Marilyn.
Thanks.
Any other comments from the public? Well, thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it. And there will be a second public comment time if anything comes up. We are on to our consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to pull from the consent agenda? To talk about? I would like to talk about the year-end projects.
Sorry, number 6.
Number 6. The projected, okay, yeah, that's what I would like to talk. So why don't we go ahead and talk about those first, and then we can review the consent agenda at that point. Is that okay with everybody?
We also installed the principal's report.
Hold the principal's report. Sure. So instead of then approving the whole thing, let's just go through those, why don't we, and then we'll just go for it. Yep. So did anybody have anything on the draft minutes? No. Okay, so what would you like to talk about with the principal's report?
Well, welcome back. Thank you.
so much.
Just a couple questions in terms of, I know you documented inside the document about the reach out to all of our homeschool students. Can you just talk to that? Remember the public that may be watching at home, how that went, some of the things that are now on your radar as a result of those conversations?
Yeah, so are you referring to our homeschool students or our remote?
Remote.
learners? Okay, so yeah, we definitely engage both of our homeschool students and our remote learners. But in terms of our remote learners, we invited them to all of our year-end activities. We also had a great remote learner luncheon. We had a special, a couple of hours that was designated just for our remote learners. We invited them in, we played like a lot of games, a lot of getting to know you things. We had a great lunch, thanks to the folks from the cafeteria, they set that up for us. We made sure, because we wanted to respect everybody's comfort level, so we made sure that we only had the remote learners together along with the remote teachers. And we did have a couple of staff members who, wanted to visit, to be able to say hi to the kids. And then we went outside and we had a great time outside, just playing kickball and Foursquare and lots of great things like that. We also have some gifts for our remote learners, and Mr. Tucci and I are planning on spending a good first portion of tomorrow and Wednesday delivering those gifts for our remote learners.
Thank you. When we take a look at sort of the game plan for the fall, I know we're going to have some change in personnel from the counseling side of things. I just would hope that you and her or he just generate or create some sort of structure to that and get that stuff communicated out, hopefully by the 1st of August. And so not only our remote students this year, there may be some kids that, in a maskless environment, if this is something that we continue into September, just a little bit more prepared. And I know the task force is going to be working a lot of those things as well, just to make sure it's something that's structured and identified and announced and shared really as soon as possible.
Definitely, we want all of our students to feel comfortable coming into school. That's definitely our highest priority.
I think the police department is probably going to be trying to do a big welcome back again. This September. Memory serves me correctly, that went over quite well. Hopefully we can come back to that again.
Can you join us before?
Everyone's better. That's not that great.
And thank you again for another great principal report. I love them. I think they're just a great way to highlight what's happening in this building. And I think that anyone who reads them gets a real sense of the spirit here. So thank you so much for capturing that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's definitely a team effort.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else on the principal's report? No? So I think you wanted to talk also about the unexpended fund balances projected. So number 6. So Stephen, do you have specific questions?
I did actually. I wanted to dive a little bit deeper in terms of slide number 29. Michelle, when we take a look at the expected year-end amount, we're expecting right now roughly about 106, correct?
Yes.
And that does not include our $50,000 past warrant article to send over to.
So the warrant article comes out of the year-end balance as of July 1st, and you can count the revenue towards covering that at that time.
You can count the revenue.
Because it's two separate things. So you can only spend the unexpended appropriations to June 30th.
Okay.
But then the balance remaining as of July 1 is used to determine how much goes towards covering the warrant articles that were on the ballot.
Okay.
So we have about 51,000 in revenues that will be, enough to cover the warrant article for the expendable trust fund.
Okay, so we're going to expect to have 157,000 then in anticipated year-end fund balance.
Correct.
So
And
taking
so-
the 50,000, if I put the warrant, so we're going to leave 106 there, but some of that going back towards the town. Okay. And with regards to the federal COVID aid, we have 2 years to spend that.
No, so let me make sure that I'm understanding which one you're
Yeah.
asking about. So the ESSER fund, the new ESSER 3, we do have until 2023, I believe, to spend that. The emergency order money expires in June 30th.
And we've expended all of that.
We are using the remaining funds towards HVAC repairs. currently. So we plan to expend all of that.
Okay. And so that would be, I'm just trying to map this out here. So you've got 10,135 for SO1. SPSFRF, that's $50,800. all spent, so we're leaving roughly about 24,000, and that's for heat pumps, is that?
We do still have a balance in SAU funds, but we anticipate utilizing those funds as well. But there's, those don't have to be used, anything in my notes here. I think we have until September of 23 to spend those.
And then the 98,000, that's the final determined amount that we're going to receive. And that's a 3, correct? I know last month you didn't know, but that's, we're pretty confident in that number. And from Amherst County, if we qualify for anything?
Have not been able to determine anything with respect to that, as we actually have done some research and was instrumental in kind of spearheading that research and looking at what might be available.
I'm just trying to figure out before I feel comfortable voting on the next piece, what exactly we're going to have an opportunity to come back to the taxpayer, because I don't want it to do nothing.
So I can share that with you if you would like.
That'd be great.
So we do have the revenue of 51,000 will be enough to cover the warrant article, so that's covered. Out of the expenses of 106,000, if we use 70,000 towards the projects, that'll leave about 36,300. That will go towards the fund balance, and there's nothing in the emergency order. So between all of that, we had, at the time of the MS 26, projected a total of 81,000 that will go back to the taxpayers, 50 for the warrant article and 31,000 in other items to offset the tax rate. We would have 87,000 if to go back to the taxpayers after approving the year-end project.
And that's
And there's also the possibility that we may have it up to an additional 40,000. You know, I'm still needing to be conservative with our projection through June 30th, but there may be additional funds that could go towards the fund balance.
if I may be so bold, Madam Chairman, out of the projects list, what are you sort of capturing when you say the projects list?
What are we what?
Are you talking about the top?
Yeah, what are you
6
capturing?
items?
Yeah, so we talked about all items 1 through 6 on the priority list, covering all of those.
Yes, 70,000.
And is the retaining wall repair, is that, have we looked at the Sumerian trust and the trust? And what they could, I mean, there's,
The trust is a trust fund.
yeah, Sumerian number 4, the Whipple Shed Trust in the Bancroft loan, do we know what they could contribute?
I do not at this point.
Okay, I think at last week's, I think it was at least $2,000, so that 20K would come down by probably 4 or 5.
As part of village beautification, the project qualifies for one of those trusts. So,
We bring it down a little bit.
If the board took the motion to ask, to authorize us to withdraw from those first, we could do that.
if they are willing, we could obviously approve it.
Yeah. You can make that request and then the balance could take some of the fund balance.
And we are not touching our 2 capital reserves, maintenance or tuition, correct? I'm sorry, special ed or tuition. Living knows in tax.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I'm more comfortable.
Thank you.
Those are all the things.
Appreciate that. Jeff, did you have any questions on this? No, you covered it. And the bathroom remodel, I know I'm jumping forward a little bit, but the bathroom remodel, is there a reason why that is not a priority this year? Is it maybe not a priority?
Yeah. Roger, can you speak to that? Why the bathroom remodels here are not on our list?
We held off on that currently because they're in good condition. They want to cost from the library and we didn't want to put that cost into them.
Okay, so it's basically just on a task list for future, we're watching it. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay. So, do we need to make any amendments, anything we want to change before we go ahead and accept the consent agenda, or?
Only just real fast, want to clarify the card reader access. When we talked about that back in the fall, we were told that that was actually expensive. We were unable to do something like that. What's different about that now?
So that's not adding card access to every exterior door. Okay, that's upgrading the existing system to tie into the existing system that's in some of our other buildings. So it'll all be connected to one system. Is that right, Roger?
Just to bring that system to our main entry here.
Just the main entrance?
Just one door. Yes.
And that's a not to exceed number. That's not a quote, obviously.
How much do you think the ballpark's gonna be for that?
Around that same cost, because we need the existing software and then we actually need to adapt those doors so that they're, probably open through the user.
But it's not just one door, it's also upgrading the system to the standard that's used at the other buildings.
That's correct.
Yes.
When you say upgrading the system, though, the system doesn't currently exist at this point.
I know, yeah, so what do you mean the standard?
So some of our, and because it's a security related issue, I'm not going to specify which other buildings are SAU, but some of our SAU buildings have gone through the process of being upgraded. So they can manage from one central location for the whole SAU. So this would add this building to that system as well. Part of that cost is purchasing that system for the first time in this building.
And then it's modular, so the doors can be added as.
Correct.
Okay. I have more questions about public now.
Are you comfortable putting it as part of the list? Putting a quote process as part of the list?
Or should we go to non-public first?
Yeah, I feel comfortable. I feel confident that we can address it. My concern is that.
Are we good to go ahead and approve the consent agenda? Okay, I'll accept the motion to accept the consent agenda items 1 through 7 as stated. Thank you. Do I have a second for that? Thank you. Any questions or comments? No? Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Consent agenda passes. Thank you. We are up to our public comment time 202. Also have scheduled just slightly. So I would invite any members of the public, if you have any questions or comments you would like to address the board, we're certainly happy to hear from you at this time. We just ask again that you state your name and where you live, your state of residence. Well, thanks all for being here. Appreciate it. Do we have an public testimony?
We do have a nomination, and then security issue. I think.
Well, let's just go to the library for that.
Yeah, we can, yeah, I think we can step out.
Okay, that's fine. So I just need a motion to enter non-public. Thank you. I will second. I'll second. All in favor? We're going to adjourn to non-public at 4:50.
Anna Gerard, guidance counselor for Mount Vernon Village School at a salary of $72,023. Bachelor's plus 30, master's step 15.
Thank you. We did take a motion to come out of non-public and non-public, but we can do that in public. We can, can I have a motion to come out of non-public?
Motion to come out of non-public.
Thank you. Second, all in favor? Okay, out of non-public. Thank you. And so your nomination, do we have any discussion on the nomination? Okay, all in favor? And I do not believe, I closed my laptop, but I do not believe that we have anything else on our agenda.
That's it,
So I
Madam
motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, second, all in favor?
On time.
Thanks so much. 1 minute.
I'm gonna promote you, Sarah. We still live?
You're good.
All right, I'm going to call to order the Amherst School Board meeting for Monday, June 14th, 2021. It is 5:18 PM and we're at the Mont Vernon Village School. The first order of business is the nomination and election of a chairperson of the Amherst School Board. I know there are 4 members present this evening. Terry going to be here.
Last I knew she was going to be.
Okay.
But we can get started. whenever.
Shall we pause the organizational part so that Terry can arrive and perhaps do public input and subcommittee reports? Okay, so I will continue to preside as ex officio chair through the beginning part of the meeting. So first, for public input, if any members of the public would like to speak, I will call on you. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Please identify your name and your street of residence, if you would. Ms. Gibson.
Hello, good evening. I think I'm going to read from my script because I was a little bit tongue-tied last time around during the Vernon School District meeting. I would like to confess, first of all, my name is Vernon Gibson. I live at 166 Neck Hill Road, Amherst, New Hampshire. I think some of you already know me. I want to congratulate all the teachers and staff for their stamina during a painful 15 or so months. A sincere thank you to all teachers and staff for navigating to the best of their ability. My concern this evening is transparency, and that is to be accountable to our residents. Transparency is a necessity. Board meetings that are videotaped, YouTube presented, TV recorded are one means only. However, I believe that documents must be provided for the SAU website for residents to read, including that of something I've been proposing for the last several years, which is curriculum mapping. Curriculum mapping is a necessary tool for all parents to follow what their children are learning in the classroom. And it is not a new item for educators to use. Today, it is not used in our district. Each area taught in the school district must have transparency. What does it look like? Heidi Hayes Jacobs and curriculum mapping is a tool that we must share. What are teachers using? What does each look like in the classroom for resources that fosters learning, for assessment to evaluate DOK or depth of knowledge, for evaluation, both formative and summative. Gardner is allowing for diversification of teaching to the learning types. Gardner was established in 1983. And if any of you are educators, you're quite familiar with Gardner, who describes the 9 types of intelligence for diversity: naturalist, musical, logical, mathematical, existential, interpersonal, bodily, kinesthetic. That helps with a lot of autistic types, by the way. Intrapersonal and spatial. Marzano has 13 teaching best practices, if you're not familiar. Andy Hargraves and Michael Ford share their definitions of best practices. And this is something that needs to be held to the heart by all educators and to those who propose that they support good education. Best practices, they define it as existing practices that already possess a high level of widely agreed effectiveness. So I urge everybody on this board to make sure that curriculum mapping is not introduced like this, because I'm sure most teachers already know about it. And I know Christine does too. And I know that maybe some others in our audience do as well. And for resident transparency and for parents to know that the teachers are being taught in every unit.
Ms. Gibson, those are your 3 minutes, so I'll give you another 30 seconds, please.
That's fine, I'm done. Congratulations to Victoria.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Are there other members of the public that would wish to address the board? Hearing none, I'll declare the end of public input. There will be another public input session at the end of the meeting. Subcommittee reports. This is board members are going to receive subcommittee updates from the JFAC committees. Public relations, Victoria.
Yep. So I'm wearing a couple hats today as a new member of the Amherst School Board, but also as the vice chair of JFAC. Everything's moving along great. When we talked with the Daniel architects, things are moving along just how they should. And we expect to have at our July meeting, the Amherst School Board July meeting, we expect to have lots of helpful information, talks and pictures and all that stuff. So that will be great. And to go through this, our public relations group was at the polls on Tuesday. And Josh, you were there. They shared lots of information. The goal was to educate people about the website that they can get future information at. So right now, the website is a bit of a shell while we're waiting for Daniel to fill in those gaps. Is there anything else you want to add about?
No, it was a great day. Had a lot of conversations, handed out a lot of flyers, and felt good about getting out in the public and sort of making that first step as we look towards March.
So in the next 6 months, really 2 to 6 months, we'll be really pushing our public relations with a lot more information to be able to share. Construction cost subcommittee is on hold. We're working with Roger, who's leading that, but we're on hold while we're waiting for Daniel's numbers. So when Daniel has more numbers, that group will get to work. And let's see, next up on here is finance. So at our last JFAC meeting, Amy Casey gave us an update regarding the USDA funding possibilities. So she is working through that process that Michelle got us started on with our skeleton submission, I guess. And so we're working through that. And then finally, Clark School, and this is what I included in the board packet. So the Clark School findings have been presented at both JFAC and the Board of Selection at this point over the last month. And the way that it fell, the Amherst School Board meeting was just the last one up here. As you can see in there, we had a small survey. It was, taken and helpful, but it was definitely a small sample. And we know that this was the beginning of a conversation when it comes to the future of the Clark School. And it is just a starting place for us to see where we go moving forward. From all of the conversations that we had, the options kind of fell into 4 categories. The 4 categories were to sell the residential, to sell the commercial, to maintain through a town or foundation, and to raise the property. Thank you for the hand motion. To raise the property to turn it to a green space. Through all of our conversations, those were the 4 that really came to the top, and those are what we expect to see support for moving forward. As you can see on the board packet, the different graphs and things like that show that there was a lot of support in town for that property to be maintained by the town through, the town, the school, the foundation, something along those lines versus relinquishing control. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that, but I did want to make sure that we kind of hit all those JFAC points in a short manner since this meeting is short. Let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board? We're hearing none. Has anyone heard from member B?
I have. She was running a little bit late. She said she'd be a few minutes late. I don't have a tracker on her. I kind of wish I did. So I don't know if you want to keep moving on to the.
Well, there's actually several non-public items. Perhaps we could do our non-public while we're waiting for her and then come back. Okay. Is the board okay with that? Right. I'll take a motion to go into non-public under RSA 91A32 subsections A and C. So that motion.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Seconded by Mr. Gothier. This requires a roll call vote. Ms. Parisi.
Parisi, yes.
Mr. Conklin. Conklin, yes. Ms. Kuzma.
Kuzma, yes.
And Mr. Gothier. Gothier, yes. Right. We will leave so that you folks can stay. That's right with the board. Maybe the library. exit non-public.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Keith, is there a second? Second by Mr. Gothier, this requires a roll call vote for the minutes. Ms. Beam joined us shortly after we entered non-public. So Ms. Beam,
Yes, what?
to exit non-public.
Sure, yes, yes.
Ms. Parisi,
Parisi, yes.
Mr. Conklin. Conklin, yes. Ms. Kuzma.
Kuzma, yes.
Mr. Gothier.
Gothier, yes.
All right, 3 motions coming out of non-public. First, is there a motion to accept the nominations? So the nominations include um, 4 nominations. Meredith Devine as Assistant Principal for Clark Wilkins at a starting salary of $92,000. Denise McCloat as Grade 6 Teacher, Bachelor's Step 4, $47,279. Gwyneth Monzes, Learning Specialist at AMS, starting salary of $61,581. And Jacob Mosby, STEM Teacher at AMS, $41,717.
I'll make that motion to accept the nominations as read.
Motion by Mr. Gothier, seconded by Mr. Conklin. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next, is there a motion to accept the memorandum of understanding between the Amherst Education Association and the Amherst School Board for the summer ESY program?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Ms. Kuzma, seconded by Ms. Parisi. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And finally, is there a motion to accept the retirement request that was submitted from the Clark Wilkins School?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Ms. Kuzma, is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Conklin. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. All right, now to get me out of running this meeting. I will now take nominations for Chair of the Amherst School Board. The way this will work is I will accept nominations from any of the 5 members. And once I've received all the nominations, we will have a vote. Every board member will have 1 vote. If there's no clear winner after the first round, we'll have a second round of voting, and then we will eventually determine a Chair of the Amherst School Board. Are there any nominations for Chair of the Amherst School Board?
I would like to nominate Tom Gothier.
Are there any other nominations? So none. Mr. Gothier, if elected, would you serve in that role?
Yes.
Would you serve happily? I'm just kidding. I didn't-
Can't have both. You can have a yes or you can have a happy.
Very good. So there's been a nomination for Tom Gothier. I'll take a vote of the board. All those in favor of Tom Gothier as chair signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? I don't think so. Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Gothier, I will turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. So we will continue on with the organizational aspect of the meeting, and we will start with a nomination for the vice chair and the same procedures we just undertook. I will take a nomination. We will be voting. If we can do a second round, we can do it from there. So we'll have a nomination for a vice chair. I'd like to nominate Beth Kuzma. Then, do I have any other nominations? Ms. Kuzma, if elected, will you serve as the vice chair?
Yes.
Okay, so I will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? We have a vice chair, Ms. Kuzma. And then for secretary, sorry, I have to type it off at the same time.
I'm thinking.
Oh, you're good. Perfect. Good. You want to be secretary?
No.
For secretary, do I have a nomination for that position?
I'm gonna nominate Victoria. Sorry, I didn't give you a warning. Are you okay with that?
Sure. I can take notes. So I do have to say, I have never actually seen the job description of the secretary of the Amherst School Board. I assume that I take notes during non-public.
Yep.
Is there anything else that I need to be aware of?
If our minute taker is not available.
So minute is not available when you do all the minutes.
She's the minute you said yes, you're gonna take over for tonight, I guess. Okay.
Right, that is what Adam's trying to tell
Is
me, right?
Danae taking minutes?
We're recording the meeting and Danae will do them afterwards.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I will accept this.
Do we have another nomination?
She said yes, man.
Okay. And I will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that passes unanimously as well.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to rattle off the next ones and?
I've got the notes up if you want.
If you would like to, that is fine. So now we will go through for our different subcommittees that we have from Ways and Means all the way down to AEA negotiations.
All right, so Ways and Means Committee, 2 members.
I'll take it.
I can take that one as well.
Where's the full list?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's in Trello. Manifest, 2 members.
I'll take that.
You can do it again. Mr. Conklin as well.
SAU Budget Committee, 1 member.
I'll take that again, because I actually did end up doing it last year.
Policy Committee, 2 members.
I will do it.
I'll do it.
Joint Facilities Advisory Committee, 2 members.
I would like to.
Yeah, I will as well.
PTA, 2 members.
I think we can.
Both Victoria and I am at most meetings
You're
anyway.
If you're welcome to take it.
Okay.
I need to take something. I haven't been talking looking at y'all.
Gotta Jump on it. MVSB negotiation committee is not needed this year. RSEC, so the RSEC Board of Directors, there was nobody on this last year, but this is, the Amherst Board needs to select a member for that this year. If you're not familiar with RSEC, let me know and I can describe it further.
Yes, please.
Okay, so RSEC is a group of 5 or 6 special education schools in the area. There's some in Amherst, like the Sunrise Preschool,
Right.
the RSEC Academy. There's one out in Deerfield. And that organization has 3 corporate members, which are the 3 superintendents of 39, 40, and 41. So us, Milford, and Hollis Brookline.
Okay.
And then they're also rotating other directors from the school boards of those towns and community members. And we meet about 8 times a year in Amherst off 101A, right near the Sunrise Preschool and the office building for RSEC. So it's a great organization. We do great work, but we need 1 member willing to attend those meetings.
I would be interested, and when you look interested, I don't know, we can wrestle for it.
Arm wrestling?
As an added bonus, Peter Warburton is a community
Oh, really?
elected director on the board of directors.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Town of Amherst Board of Selectmen Liaison, 1.
I'll do that.
CIP, 2.
I'll take it.
And
I'm trying to remember.
You and I.
You
can
did it last year, yeah.
Recreation Department Liaison, 1.
I will do it again. Unless anybody else wants to jump in.
Wellness Committee, 1.
I could do it, but we never met last year, so.
Jump on it.
For the record, your contributions were legendary. School Board Association, 1 member.
I'll take it. I went last year.
Facilities Expendable Trust, 1 member.
Has that one been either? I don't think so.
They met virtually. We have met in the past, yes.
Okay. I'm hearing it.
Would-
Oh, no, why are you saying, look, I was just asking.
I heard okay.
How many people have signed up for so far? I'm happy to take it with you too.
My understanding.
There's only 1.
There's only 1, yeah. And they meet quarterly. Yeah, no, I know. If we get through this and at the next meeting, we decide to change things a little bit, that is possible. If people feel like they're, yeah. We're going
They
for
meet
that.
quarterly? Is that what you
They
said?
meet quarterly, yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
AEA Negotiations, 2.
I would like to do that one, and then I would like to see if Ms. Parisi would like to do that one as well.
We'll do that one as well. I think you should back out. of the
Let's
last
back
one,
up.
And I'll take the one right before.
Let's do that.
I'll take the one that meets quarterly. She'll take that one.
And then
That's a good trade for me.
ASSA negotiations, we're not negotiating this year, but it's good to have 1 person appointed in case issues arise with the ASSA.
I'll take that.
I believe that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we will continue on here. So we finish our non-public, right? The last thing, we'll move on to the consent agenda at this point before we talk about unassigned fund balance. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 11? I will make a note on there that if we get that motion, we will refrain from asking questions on the principal's reports during this meeting because of the time constraint. And we will be able to ask those questions that we might have during the SAU meeting starting at 6:45 tonight. So with that in mind, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I will make that motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on items outside of number 10 and 11 and really the projected fund balance as well, which we'll talk about in a minute? Any discussion? Okay, so let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And anybody opposed?
I'm gonna abstain with those minutes in there because I was not on board with it.
Okay, perfect. Passes 4-0 with 1 abstention then. So now we will go to our final item before our final public comment, which is the unassigned fund balance, something that we've been looking at over the past couple of months. But now that we were in the final month of the school year, we have a much better idea as to what that balance will be, although not guaranteed just yet. And then I believe the administration has put together a list of projects that we want to look at as well for tonight. So, in the floor over you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So both Michelle Croto and Amy Facey have worked on this extensively, as has Roger Preston. What we have in front of you this evening in the packet is a list of potential projects. But because these are all estimates on our behalf, what we'd really like the board to do is to pick a number with which you're comfortable of us spending from the unassigned fund balance. And we will go down that list in priority order and knock off all of the things we can until we hit the dollar amount that the board approves. That way, there won't be any confusion or ambiguity with the board in terms of how much money is being set aside for these projects. We'll also do a pretty significant chunk. And the list is on which page in the packet? Maybe you have it.
It's on page 85, 84, and 85.
84 and 85. So, and these items are in priority order.
And they're broken out by facilities and technology.
Yeah, so the facilities projects are listed in priority order, and then the technology purchases is listed just by itself. So the total is $280,155.
And that includes
there's an
technology,
additional
correct?
page that gives further clarification on the technology.
Just, I had a question on the technology, on the priority proposed, the number that's in blue under that column, far right-hand side of page 85. There are basically 3 different columns there. There's what we cut out of the budget for FY22, there's the approved FY22 budget, and then there's the priority proposed. Is the number it proposed in addition to the FY22 budget that's already been approved, or is that in place of?
It's an addition. It's a subset of what was cut.
Okay.
So it's looking at the 150,000 and what was cut and what would be prioritized.
Then the only comment I would have on that is under line 4, under technology, we cut 143 computers for just about 43,000 and approved 32 computers at roughly 10,000. It does say priority proposed is 143 at 43,000. So that would be the full allotment that was cut, as opposed to an additional amount next to what was approved. So instead of doing 175 computers,
Yeah.
see right
So
here.
if you total these two together, it equals 100%, which is the original ask. a while ago.
Okay, perfect. So I just misunderstood that line, and then that was the only question that I had, so.
It took me a minute.
So as a board, this is what it's actually, can you confirm that the number that we're working off of here is 374,800? That's what we're guessing it on as of right now, because we do not have access to the revenue money, nor do we have access to the executive order 38 money, which is at 710,000, because that was money that was left over from last year unassigned fund balance that we had the special exemption through EO 38 to use for this year, but that cannot be rolled forward, correct?
374,000 is what would be used to support the year-end projects. That's
Okay,
correct.
so and that is just on the expense side of things.
Yes.
Yes.
So, after more clarification, so the executive order 38 money, as of this point, we don't know whether it can be rolled forward. But if the board takes no action and it's not allowed to be rolled forward, then it will automatically be returned. If we do find out sometime between now and the end of the month that it can be rolled forward, then we can discuss at our July meeting what we want to do with that money, and vote then if we want to use some, or maybe we wait until August when we know the return.
And we can do that after the July 1st start of the fiscal year.
That's my understanding.
I am not aware of approval to roll that money forward, so it depends on what their,
What they come out with.
yeah, their language would be at that time.
That would be-
Yeah, it would be my understanding that if they're approving the roll it forward with that.
So for tonight's purposes, we're looking at just about 375,000 is the expense category. That's what we can safely assume that we're working with for the end of the fiscal year at the end of this month. Any thoughts from the board on a number that we would like to propose? Because I would agree with Superintendent Steele. This is something we did last year. It saved us from haggling over what priority projects we thought were there, and just let the district have a set amount and then allow them to prioritize what they need with that dollar amount. Does anybody have a suggested amount that they would like to see work with?
I'd just like to note that I am happy to see that the technology purchases are totaling 107,000, which I think was actually a little bit lower than what was initially removed from the FY22 budget.
But that will be in addition to the money that's already been approved on election day, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that number will get closer to the original number that we had in the FY22 budget to begin with.
But it's not as close.
But it's not
as the
equal, but it's
budget
not-
cut. It's
correct.
Budget reduction on
Correct.
this cut.
Yeah, Brian did some work to go
Okay.
through all of those projects and prioritize them to try to pull out things that perhaps we could do with that, so.
Thank you.
So I will, if no one else will suggest a number, I will start off with a number that's right at about 300,000. I think that's just over what they have for the 280,000. It gives some wiggle room out of the 280,155. That is the general fund request. I think 300,000 based off Mr. Steele's comments about not knowing exact prices yet would give them a little bit of leeway. And certainly something that we could revisit if we had to.
That's fine.
I would agree, especially given that we expect to return that 700 in the next couple of months.
Okay. So can I get a motion to approve 300,000 to, for the administration to use for unassigned fund balance out of the expense account to be used for projects that are priority for the end of the FY21 year?
I'll make that motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor for the $300,000 amount, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. So we are on to, according to the agenda, the final public comment of the night. If you are here to make a public comment, please raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Would anybody like to comment? Seeing no further comment, I will take a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And nobody opposed. We will adjourn at 5:26 for one.
4 minutes.
Hello? Hello, I cannot hear the meeting.
Can you hear us now, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, I just heard that.
Okay, we've not started quite yet.
Oh, okay, I thought there was a meeting beforehand.
There was adjourned 3 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you, terrific. Thanks, Adam.
All right, I'm calling to order the Souhegan Cooperative School Board meeting for Monday, June 14th, 2021. It is 6 p.m. We're at the Mont Vernon Village School. Meeting for the very first time in person after a while. Nice to see you all. Nice to see you. Hello. Thank you very much. Looking for a compliment. That was very hard. Thank you for it. The first order of business is for nomination of a chair of the school board. And I believe we have Ms. Taylor on the line. Ms. Taylor, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Taylor, was your presence at this meeting impractical?
I am out of state.
I would say that's a
I have
yes.
2 children with me.
Okay, if we go into any non-public, we'll have to have you be by yourself, but for now, that's appropriate. So what I will do is I will accept all nominations from the floor for chair of the Souhegan Cooperative School Board. Once I've received all of the nominations that have been brought forward, I will call for a vote. Every school board member will have 1 vote for chair. If there's a clear winner, I will turn the meeting over to that person and declare them the chair. If there is no clear winner, we'll continue and I'll determine a process at that time. So are there any nominations for chair of the Souhegan Cooperative School Board? Ms. Grund.
I nominate John Glover.
There are other nominations. Mr. Glover, if elected, would you serve in that role?
I would.
You will. Would you do a good job in that? I'm just kidding. All right, hearing no other nominations, this will be a roll call vote because Ms. Taylor's on the phone. Roll call vote. Ms. Peters.
Peters, yes.
Ms. Grund.
Grund, yes.
Mr. Torres.
That's right. Yes.
Mr. Gronstrom.
Yes.
Mr. Glover.
Yes.
Mr. Coughlin.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor.
Taylor, yes.
Taylor, yes. The motion carries unanimously, and I will now turn the meeting over to Chairman John Glover.
Thank you, Adam.
Mr. Glover,
Superintendent Steele.
for your aid, I have a list of all appointments, and I can either rattle them off for you, or if you want to refer to them in the Trello board, whatever's easier for you.
Appointments.
So vice chair,
Vice chair are also nominated. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So I'll take a nomination for vice chair.
Nominate second one.
Any other nominations? Laura?
I'll second. I can second. Do we need a
That it?
second?
Not really, I think. It's okay. Roll call vote. Peter.
Peters, yes.
Steph,
Grund, yes.
George. Sam. Steve.
Yes.
And Laura.
Taylor, yes.
Glover, yes. And nomination for secretary.
I'll nominate Laura Taylor.
Laura. Any other nominations? Laura, would you accept the nomination of secretary?
Yes.
Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing none, roll call. Christie?
Peters, yes.
Stephanie?
Grund, yes.
George?
Torres, yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Laura?
Taylor, yes.
Okay.
You have to vote, Mr. Glover.
Oh, Glover, yes. Yes, thank you.
Should I read off the next ones?
Yes, please.
All right. The board needs to appoint a district treasurer effective July 1st, 2021.
Who's our existing treasurer?
Do we, yeah,
Yeah,
I'll nominate.
would you
Kate
please?
Butler.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? No? Christie?
Yes, you yes.
Okay, Ted,
Rod, yes.
George,
Or is it?
Tim,
Foster, yes.
Steve,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes, Taylor, yes.
And Glover, yes.
Next, you have to appoint a district clerk effective immediately. Chris Jansen is currently serving.
I got it.
Anybody else? No, we're good. Chris is good with that? Too? as
Yes,
far as you know?
yes.
Okay, great. Christie,
Peters, yes.
Stephanie,
Rod, yes.
George,
Or is it?
yeah,
Foster, yes.
and Steve,
Yes.
and Laura.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I had a connection issue.
This is the nomination for our clerk. Was Chris Hansen there?
Chris Jansen.
Chance.
Excellent. Taylor, yes.
Okay, and Glover, yes.
The rest of these do not require votes of the. I'm sorry. Would the board also please appoint an assistant district treasurer effective 7/1/2021?
I nominate Peg Bennett.
Anybody else?
Peters, yes.
Rod, yes.
Or is it?
Foster, yes.
Steve,
Coughlin, yes.
Laura,
Taylor, yes.
Glover, yes.
Apologies. The rest do not require a motion of the board. There's simply an appointment made by the chair that can be overridden by the rest of the board if there's disagreement, but generally there's not. Advisory Finance Committee, 2 members.
Interest? Stephanie?
Yes, please.
George?
Yep.
Stay on that?
Yep. Athletic Liaison Committee, 2 members.
Was Penn? Say that again? And it was David Chen, so should have another one. Anybody particularly interested in athletic committee?
What did you say? What on-
Couple
times.
From time to time, yeah. Pretty low key. CIP Committee, 1 member.
Steve, you are on it currently? Was it-
Sure.
Yeah, or is there any other interest? Is it?
Very exciting. See if I can sell us a bit.
Do you need?
That
help?
that
Is
position
Is that
is,
where Souhegan 2.0 falls in too,
Yeah, I mean,
or?
Michelle's already done the work. Right?
Yeah.
So, It's just now it's someone to show up and talk about it.
and it's also interacting with town projects, right? Coordination.
Yeah, there's a selectman rep, there's an Amherst school board rep, there's a Amherst Ways and Means rep. And there's officers and reps.
Okay, so we're all good with that?
Community Council, there was one spot.
So, is there an
I
alternate?
can-
There could be an alternate.
So Laura, I think Laura was still interested, I think she was gonna say that.
Laura, are you interested in community council?
I'm happy to continue with community council. Did Christine express interest as an alternate?
Yes, yes.
That would be great.
Expendable Trust Advisory Committee, 2 members.
That was David and Stephanie. Maybe George, money stuff. Good with that?
Wife seems to think so, so why not?
And Stephanie, are you good? to continue
Yes,
with
Steve,
that?
you look like you were.
Well, so this is if we're gonna expend money from the expendable trust. But we also need someone to clean up the
I
current
think work with
mess.
Lori and.
Yeah, so
trustees.
maybe it should be the same 2 people.
Yeah.
Well, David Chen isn't available. so-
Yeah, but if you want to do it, Stephanie, I'm fine. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it, or someone else wants to do it.
John, do you express an interest in that?
Well, I'd like to follow it. I could be that too. I mean, I did have some communications with the trustees about where the disconnect was, so maybe it makes sense to stay on that. Be fine with that.
No, I don't mind.
Maybe George, you and I could do that together. Okay with that, Stephanie?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Manifest, 2 members.
I'll do it again, really, because it comes electronically, it's so easy.
No, I can do one. We generally encourage, whatever, but we generally encourage new members of the board
I was
to
just gonna
perhaps
say.
do that because you learn quite a bit about the.
Does that mean we're doing it?
Oh, I've had my turn at manifest.
Yeah.
Not on
Okay,
Saturday.
we're the 2 years. We could do that.
I like Stephanie on this position. She's very knowledgeable. It was very easy working with her for Manifest this year.
Done.
Policy, 2 members, starting tomorrow, 9 AM at the Brick School.
I'd like to be. And Steve, presume you would like to be
Yeah,
part of that
I
as
will
well.
volunteer to do that.
Okay.
PPC, 2 members. This is not a negotiation year, but it doesn't mean there's not meetings and issues.
Adam,
Yes,
Adam, can you leave me? I'd still like to be an alternate for the policy, and I'd like to be given their correspondence and the links.
that's no problem at all. They are meeting in person starting tomorrow.
We'll figure it out.
PPC.
Thank you.
Christie?
Yeah,
It was George and Steve. So Christie, you had some interest in PPC. Anybody else? Is that something you want to keep, or George, or anybody else?
I'd like to do
Okay, let's do it. Steve.
What's
you
that,
okay?
Steve?
Yeah.
George, you can't get enough of that PPC role?
Sure you don't want to think about it? New Hampshire School Board Association, 1 member.
I'd like to take that role.
Joint Facilities Advisory Committee, 2 to 3 members, ideally 1 from each town, and perhaps 2 from Amherst.
I'll do that one since I'm with the science working.
Then George?
I can stay on it.
Okay.
I will also know that the Mont Vernon School Board for the first time is going to have a rep to that committee. They appointed someone earlier tonight. That should be good.
Okay. Oh, that's great.
I'm happy to serve on that committee.
Okay.
I
Sounds
think
good,
I was
Laura.
an alternate last year, but
Stephanie, Laura, and Pim.
Yeah.
Communication, 1 and 1 alternate.
Could you, what is the role of the communication
Mr. Coffey.
committee?
It has been, the school has a communication committee and there's been 1 board member who goes and sits with that, the rest is administration and faculty. But we did talk about some changing it up this year and having the board do more of its own communications like the Amherst School Board does. So you might want to, Mr. Chair, think about that.
Right. I think that would be good for the chair to take and understand where the voices are coming from and where they're going. You okay with that, Steve? Anybody else? Yeah.
I would like to see Stephanie on that role, and I think the chair has a lot of responsibilities already.
Well, John and I, why don't John and I can work together, because if we're gonna communicate, we can do like Amherst School Board has done, where they communicate more to this Amherst citizen. The 2 of us can team up and make sure we get more going.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to see happen is whatever the communications come out is that all our members have an opportunity to at least comment and provide some feedback. Maybe not on every single piece, but that's something I'd like to try to implement as we go forward.
To be clear, in general, if a member of the school board is communicating on behalf of the school board, they either need to have that as a direct authorization by the entire school board, or the entire school board needs to review that piece of writing and authorize?
Absolutely. Where the strength comes in.
Got it. Constitutional Interpretation Committee, one member. And this, to be clear, which constitution, to which constitution? we're referring. This is the Souhegan Constitution, which Mr. Berry has recited, is memorized and can recite on demand. Mr. Berry?
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to be on that committee or serve in the role. I don't think it's a committee, but
Selectman Liaison for Amherst, one member.
That's probably a pretty good time commitment, right? Going to select the meetings,
Same night as ours a lot of times, that's the only problem.
You don't have to go to every selectman's meeting.
but should pay attention, watch the video, submit questions, talk to people. Let's see. Who's CIP, Steve? Only because
I
it's
said
a
some
town.
equipment coming on.
Well, I mean, I don't know, I'm just looking for good connections.
Sure, all right.
CIP would make a good connection.
No, we argue all the time anyway. I'm multi-one.
Selectman Liaison for Mont Vernon. To be clear, Mr. Perez, I almost called you Jordan earlier. That was what my pickup was.
Been called worse.
Those are the only ones I have on my list, Mr. Chair.
Well, the only one that sounds to be missing would be Amherst School Board Liaison.
Amherst School Board Liaison?
Why would we have one for the selectmen and Mont Vernon and not Amherst? Seems to be complete.
I'd like adding a position. just
Yeah, maybe adding.
Go to their
committee.
school board meeting.
Right.
Is that Mont Vernon School Board liaison? or Mont Vernon Selectmen?
Selectmen.
Oh, that's Mont Vernon Selectmen.
There's a selectman for Amherst and a selectman for Mont Vernon.
Oh, I see. Okay. Selectmen.
Mhm.
Well, then maybe there's a need for two more committees. I don't know what the solution is. If it's a committee, maybe, but it would seem that one of us, at least paying attention to what's happening at Amherst and Mont Vernon, whether those students are coming up into the high school, that to the extent we or have awareness about that, we have conversations with each other and solve problems as they arise,
I thought
gain support.
I thought the venue for that was the SAU board. So we
That's a
have
fair
the
point.
principal points there, we're all together. as
All right.
peers.
That's a good point. Maybe we can leverage that for that purpose, with that in mind, really. That it's not just them, us, and someone else, and Mont Vernon, all talking around each other all the time, but really kind of get to the nuts of that would be great.
I think the four chairs actually liaise that way with their monthly meetings.
Okay. I'm good with that for now. Do we do the Mont Vernon selectman person?
Mr. Torres.
Or, okay.
You lost rock, paper, scissors, I believe.
Right. Is there a way, but that's all of them, right?
That's all that I have.
Is there a way that makes sense, just a discussion point, that the PPC is really the connection between the board and the teachers? Is there a way to broaden that beyond contract negotiations and expand it to, hey, how's it going? How's the science curriculum coming about? And get some feedback from the actual teachers in the various departments from time to time and have that dialogue going sort of at the street level.
So PPC is defined, the purpose of PPC is defined, and membership is defined in a policy, it's very narrowly construed. So there's no room in its formal constitution, in verb sense, to do that. It is a venue where everyone's in the room talking, schmoozing, whatever, but it's not the primary role, and we don't have any agenda items along that line. There are other faculty entities besides PPC that might be more appropriate to have liaison.
Okay. Seems like it's a missing piece a little bit. Hearing from teachers.
Like what faculty senate with the.
So thoughts on the matter?
Could it be something that
as a part of the agenda, on the left, where the rotation of, science curriculum comes through, math curriculum comes through. I don't know, something that we started dialogue, very just like a, hey, what do you guys think? I don't know.
I mean, I like the idea.
Or do we get something that's a liaison with the faculty senate and have conversation? I don't know.
I don't know how organized the faculty senate is.
Yeah.
I know it exists, but I don't know.
And for a while, I think it was not named.
Yeah, so it's back again.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I believe Mr. Barry is working closely with his faculty senate, the PPC, and some other groups within the school to reorganize and realign, because there's a lot of committees, some of which are parallel in nature, some of which are duplicative in nature. And he's working on that as we speak. We're not even ready to bring that forward to you in full detail. I believe some of it's in your principal's report, if I remember right. It is. He's working through that. And so I would suggest, what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Chair, is that the board feels as if they want a closer connection to the faculty's input on items of importance. Is that,
Correct.
am I interpreting you
Yes.
correctly? Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to find a way to make that work within the bounds of your existing policies that direct all communication from faculty to the board to go through the superintendent's office.
Right.
And provide the, what appears to be the optics that the board is desiring into the inner workings of the school. Right?
Yes.
So I don't have any, off the top of my head, I wasn't prepared for this, so I don't have any bright ideas off the top of my head. But I do think what Mike is doing around reorganizing the way the faculty makes decisions and recommendations, that there's something there associated with that. So might I suggest that you direct me to report back to you in August with a recommendation?
Consider yourself directed as such.
All right.
And by the way, I was looking at our policy for our committee list and just trying to make sure that all the stakeholders had a place, had a connection point with us. And some of the gaps were the school boards, although I think Steve was right, he said that we do have the SAU board meeting, so that I'm okay with that. And what you may propose, we'll discuss in future for teachers. Otherwise, everyone seems to be, I mean, the community, the communication part, the business side of it seems to be well represented. So those are the only other things that I thought maybe we could discuss.
I will offer a caution. I understand Mr. Chairman's vision and purpose. I will share that in other places, when communication lines become parallel or even circumvent the superintendent unintentionally, it causes problems. And so whatever we decide to do, we have to be very clear about how the communication works and how it cannot work. So that there's no room for that. And I don't want anybody to hear this as Adam wants all the ability to control the communication of the board. I don't. What I'm saying is I've seen it go wrong easily and quickly when done without thought and without thoroughness and planning. So I just want to be transparent in my caution. to the
And I
board.
appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right. That's committees. My computer wants to sleep. Okay. Public input number one, any members of the public wish to address the board? Yes, please.
My name is Vernon Gibson. I live at 166 Hill Road in Amherst. I've already directed this to the two other boards that convened this evening, and I'm directing it to this board as well because it includes this board, and it's about curriculum. I'm going to read through a script I have because I could fall off my track if I don't. First of all, I want to congratulate the teachers and staff for their stamina during the painful 15 or so months. A sincere thank you to all teachers and staff for navigating to the best of their ability. I want to congratulate Mr. Glover on being back on the board permanently. Thank you. My concern is transparency, and it has been a concern of mine for several years. And I'm going to concentrate or focus on one, transparency that I believe all parents and all residents of this town deserve. Board meetings, videotapes of them, YouTube presentations, TV recordings are good means for it. However, I do believe that documents must be provided through the SAU website for residents to read, and that's not just the meeting documents. That's all committee documents of meeting minutes. There have been some committee meetings that will affect our children in their education that are not posted on our website. However, curriculum is the most important. Today, curriculum doesn't appear to be important because on our website, you cannot find anything that is very specific as to what curriculum mapping will afford to parents of children in our district. What does curriculum mapping look like? Well, anybody who has been in education for over 30 years, like I, know that Heidi Hayes Jacobs does create curriculum mapping for all levels of education. It tells us what teachers are using in the classroom for their resources. It tells parents how learning is being fostered. It also tells of the assessments that are being used with DOK, or depth of knowledge. For evaluation, there are formative assessments and summative assessments. If anybody is in any knowledgeable aspect of education, including those who are on the board, all the teachers, the administration staff, you know that Gardner has always been a go-to for diversification of teaching because of 9 learning types. They are the naturalists, the musical, the logical mathematical, the existential, the interpersonal, the bodily kinesthetic, the linguistic, the interpersonal, and the spatial. Now, bodily kinesthetic can be very valuable to those kids that are suffering from, not suffering, correct me, autism. It's not a disease. Autism is a skill. I wish I had autism. Sometimes it would help me. Marzano has 13 teaching best practices. And if you don't know what they are, you should really go look them up. Andy Hargraves and Michael Fulham share their definition for best practices. They define it as existing practices that already possess a high level of widely agreed effectiveness in education. I have been after our curriculum coordinator, Ms. Lindworld, for over 3 years about doing curriculum mapping. It is the only way parents of children in our district are going to know what is being taught in the classroom, what resources they're using, and what evaluation tools they're using. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none? Next. Oh, our consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, is Danae here taking notes? or
We're
reading?
recording the meeting.
You're recording. Just like, it dawned on me going.
Go again, yeah.
We just recorded that. Okay, thank you, sorry.
I would just say before we move on to Marilyn, you wrote out your statement.
Mhm.
If you are interested in that becoming a part of the record, as you mentioned, you should submit that statement and we'll maybe attach it to a package.
I appreciate that
You bet.
request.
All right. Moving on, consent agenda. So we start off with a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thanks, Steve. Any second? Thanks, Jim. Any discussion points? Anything to pull and discuss? Stephanie, yes.
We're gonna discuss, oh, young reserve fund balance, we're gonna discuss that later.
So, yes.
One of the questions I had on there, Michelle, maybe you can help, the ARP Act where you have, I think it's SF3 funds. Are those the county funds or is that a totally different, we're still waiting to hear? That's what I was like.
Different, yeah.
So do we have any idea how we're spending that money or is there?
The other 3 funds.
Yeah, That's new, right?
It's new, and those funds haven't been completely ironed out in terms of how they'll be utilized at this point, but I know Christine was looking at how best to use that to support learning for students.
Okay, I was gonna ask, like, can we use that for competency recovery kids that don't fall under Title I that we know are still need the support? Is that a good use of that money?
Yes, and actually a certain portion of it has to be used to support student learning. And that funding we would have through next summer. So it would be very tight for us to try to put something in place for this year. And we do have summer school, which really is our competency recovery. But I'll definitely be working closely with Mike and his team to determine how to best use those. They're really meant for our reopening plan. So how we can support students which we've been open all year.
Yeah.
But that's
Okay, yeah.
definitely what those
Because
funds are.
I guess what my concern is that I know there's Title I is only covering a certain number of kids, and I'm concerned about that next group of kids that need the support, but are gonna fall off the list. So I would really love to see that if we can support them somehow. And that's would be good.
Yeah, and we might even be able to do something during the school year as well with those funds. I know I've been working with building leadership across the SAU on what are our needs for next year. So looking at our students and any needs that still exist at the end of this year, how can those funds be best utilized? So it could be a during the school year or an after school type support. It could be even an additional summer support next summer.
Okay.
So all of those are definitely on the table. And I think the reopening committee too will be looking at, what their needs are and how we can utilize those funds.
Okay. Okay, so that doesn't go back to the taxpayers at the end of this year. Good. You have other questions, but I'll leave.
I didn't.
See how
Welcome.
quick she shows up after you
All
ask.
right. You knew I was asking that.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about the expended fund balance, and that'll tie in the project list. Treasurer, principals report. Any discussion on the principals report?
I have some questions, John.
Oh,
So, I mean,
I know we're time. Laura, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. In the minutes, there was a mention by Christine Landroll of the Student Data Privacy Consortium. I thought she named it, but it wasn't listed in the minutes. Can she provide a name for who reviews our private policies online for the students?
It is the Student Data Privacy Consortium. It is the New Hampshire Student Data Privacy Consortium. There's one in each state. So I'm happy to share the website if that might be helpful.
Perfect. Thank you. I also had a couple things from the agenda. I wanted to talk about the math and the science.
Yeah, let's start with the science. I have a question about the science as well. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, why did parents opt out? Was it in person? Were they remote? I'm a little concerned that we didn't even meet the goal of 60%, which I thought was part of our strategic vision, to have a 60% meets the benchmark. And the benchmark is the minimum. I mean, I would hope that we would have goals that reach beyond, the minimum standard for the state. But I just wanted to know what kind of explanation for the failing grades of the New Hampshire SAS assessment for 11th grade science.
John, did you want me to?
Yes,
or
I'm
do you want
sorry.
to take other questions
No,
first?
no,
or-
let's just take them one by one,
Okay.
if you could. make a comment.
So I worked closely with Karen Chininis on this, and we had a number of students that were remote. There was not a remote option available for New Hampshire SAS due to security and the ability to provide appropriate accommodations to students in a virtual setting. So I think some of it was certainly because of that. The other reason is that we had a waiver with the US Department of Education where we were not required to meet our participation rate as a state this year. And because of that, and there were a lot of parents that felt that this was almost an over testing at this point this year, and that they, because we did not have a requirement to meet any participation rate, I think some parents felt that it was a good year for them to opt their child out of the assessment. We did not ask, nor is the question on the New Hampshire Department of Education's form that we use for, it's not an opt-out, it's an exemption. So parents are legally allowed to exempt their child from the state assessment. And we have a template form given by the Department of Education that we use. And that question is not on that template. I'm not sure that it's even permissible to ask the reason why a parent chooses to exempt their child from New Hampshire SAS. So we certainly would have a very difficult time next year in meeting the state participation rate if we have similar exemptions next year. So certainly parent education around that will be important for what the expectations are. But I think this year, parents felt that it was, you know, an additional burden is what I heard. Whether that's fully accurate and encompasses the reasons for all of the exemptions, I'm not sure. And it's hard
Okay.
for us to get conclusions from the data as far as our performance this year, because I don't know which students exempted out, if they were some of our higher performing students, or if they were some of our lower performing students, so, or a mix and across the gamut, and these actually would be pretty accurate results based on, you know, if the whole class had tested, there's no way for me to know, so it's pretty difficult for me to even address our performance as a whole, because it's not a complete cohort.
Okay, right, but you do know how each student performed,
Yes.
and you can look back historically. Are these students, say for NEWA, over the past 10 years, are they in the bottom 50% or the top 50%? Or you could do some sort of analysis on where these students normally fall. I'm just concerned that we didn't meet the goal. We didn't pass. 60% was the goal, and we failed that at 55%, meeting the minimum standard. I think that's really concerning. COVID or no COVID, our teachers worked really hard to keep the students and reach their educational goals.
And since we don't take NWEA for science, it would be challenging to do an analysis. And I believe these students participated in PACE a few years ago. I'm certainly happy to look longitudinally at this cohort to look at performance, but if that was, if they had participated in PACE and not in New Hampshire SAS, that could have also been a reason if they weren't used to this type of assessment in science, a standardized assessment like this. If they had taken PACE in 8th grade, that certainly could have impacted performance as well.
And just say for the record, it's not as if science was not taught. I mean, everyone received their science training and with assessments and teacher observations and
Yes.
help and assistance along the way,
Yes.
as it would be normal the case.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Stephanie, you had something?
Yeah, on that same subject. So did they take New Hampshire SAS last year for the 11th graders, or the timing of when we left out? So that didn't happen.
Correct.
So how did this year's 8th grade class do with New Hampshire SAS? Because they had to take science as well.
We had similar exemptions in 8th grade as we did in 11th grade. The older the student, the more exemptions we had, and I think it was students were
So what did
asking.
their results look like out of curiosity? Like,
Yeah, I think
They-
I'd have to pull them up. I think they're pretty similar to this
Okay.
performance as well.
I think that's the part that's concerning, is that even though we have so many exemptions, if we see something similar in 8th and 11th, it makes me concerned that is our science, because we're project-based, we're not preparing our kids to take tests. And good or bad, because, I mean, I love the idea of project-based in the sense that you can you dig into just the basic knowledge that you get to apply it. But it definitely doesn't prepare our kids for taking the test that we do in college. That's what I think is potentially happening. We're seeing that in these sorts of results the same way. So then the question is, are we doing the right thing? Which is tough to say, because I do like project-based, but the question is, are we doing the right thing?
Fair question.
and my question was, I think, just basic knowledge. Your little graph here, I was having trouble interpreting it.
On
Four
the bar chart.
colors.
Yeah, that was, I snipped that right from New Hampshire SAS.
Yeah,
So I
so-
wanted to have the results right from the reporting portal.
So it was blue, what, top performers?
Yes, blue is above, they're above benchmark or above expectations.
Okay.
Green is meeting standard or meeting expectations. The yellow is approaching and the red is, yeah, I forget what term they use. I think it's, not yet approaching or basic.
Okay, gotcha. Let's. 6 minutes. Anything substantive on the math curriculum? Somebody, Laura, you said you had a question about.
I just know because we have an abbreviated year, some of the competencies weren't covered from what I've heard from feedback from students. I saw little in this plan to support high school math.
So I apologize
I
if I
wanted-
gave you. I thought you wanted an update on our curriculum work that's upcoming. So that's what I provided the board. I am meeting with the 6th through 12th grade math teachers this summer for one summer day for us to look deeply at every single grade level, any competencies that weren't covered in that grade level, and then how we're addressing them that next year. So that summer day is going to be really critical. And Ann Swift, who is our STEM curriculum, our domain leader, we're excited to have her in that position. She's going to help facilitate that day with me. And we're really looking forward to bringing in both, 6th grade all the way through 12th grade. The other piece that we're doing is, which we've done in some previous years, there's a math inventory we've given students in previous years, and we're giving that math inventory in the beginning of the year. So not only are we going to be looking at what we were not able to teach this past year, if there were any competencies that weren't covered as deeply that need to be reviewed as part of that next school year, we're also going to have students at the high school take that math inventory so that we can see if there were any skills that weren't retained. That will also help us to make sure we're addressing any of those skill deficits or gaps. Math is definitely the most area of concern with disrupted learning because it is so sequential. It's really important that we make sure we don't want to teach, if we missed 2 months of instruction, we don't want to start the year teaching that 2 months of instruction. We want to start with grade level expectations and weave in like a spiral back review to concepts that need to be covered. So we do have a plan for that work. I didn't realize that was the update the board wanted, so I apologize.
It was like 2 separate questions, because I think one of hers was mine as well, about that piece.
Mhm.
And then Laura, were you asking about just the math curriculum update? How I think, were you also looking to see if there's any support for the high school for curriculum changes for next year?
Yes, what Christine thinks of providing this,
Well, Laura, sorry, you're cutting in and out a little bit right now.
I'm sorry, yeah, Stephanie was correct. My concern is that I'd like to see more opportunity for our high school math curriculum development or review than what was listed. Thank you.
I think the math curriculum process is something we'll be getting regular updates on
Yes.
as you
Yeah.
move through this schedule.
Yes, it's gonna be critical to weave Steve Chamberlain into this
Yes.
work. So we're working on refining that process as soon as he's on board. So I haven't, finalized every detail of that work because I really wanted to partner with him to make sure we can work together on that.
Oh, that's smart. And so he'll be logging in at 12:01 on July 1.
Yes. He will. I think I have him for the whole summer. His inbox keeps like filling up.
Right.
within by
Okay.
itself.
All right, is that it? The discussion on the consent? Oh, Christie, go ahead.
Just super quick out of the principal's report, the enrollment numbers, there's no change in-person enrollment from April to May, but there's a significant change in remote learners from April to May. Is that just a typo? Otherwise, we lost 50 children somewhere.
We're gonna find them.
I
too.
feel like, yeah, 50 children to lose in the last month of school is kind of a lot.
It's a sum total, so the remote and in-person should equal. So that there's a typo likely in the May in-person, I'm sorry, in the April remote numbers is my guess.
Oh, that,
One or the other. We don't have 838 children.
okay.
Good eye.
I know that for sure.
We'll sort that out. We can adjust them. Okay.
We'll just look at December, and January, we have like 200 extras.
Well, however, and Mr. Berry can correct me if I'm wrong, we counted students in both modalities who did some of each.
Oh, that would explain it.
Is that right, Mr. Berry?
Yeah. And those numbers were a lot more difficult to pinpoint because we created as much flexibility as we did.
Mhm.
I mean, some of you are aware that we were changing the modality on a weekly basis, if not daily, with some of these families. And keeping a track to keep them on a schedule that works for them and their families, I think will be pretty difficult to keep the numbers accurate, you know. And so when we get these numbers from Power School through our student services office, and I know the bottom line is right, but where they were, you know, was a little more difficult to pinpoint.
I think the teachers were keeping track of it closer than even the parents.
Maybe an asterisk or a footnote to explain the noise there would be helpful. Right, so we call the roll on the consent agenda. Yeah, no objections? Christie,
Peters, yes.
Stephanie,
Ron, yes.
George,
Orange, yes.
Pam,
Cross, yes.
Steve,
Melvin, yes.
Laura. Laura, you still with us? We're calling the roll on the consent agenda.
It looks to have dropped off.
Oh. Glover, yes, and that disposes of that. No, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
All right, I have 5 nominations this evening.
All right.
So I have 5 nominations this evening for positions within the school. One of which is a rehash of a previous nomination for nurse that there was an adjustment to her salary. So I'm bringing it forward again in the interest of full transparency. We have one administrator I'm going to speak about in a minute, and then a special ed teacher, a guidance counselor, and of course, an elementary teacher. I will note that each of these come with budget savings from what we budgeted, except for the administrative position, which is probably an equal. So with that said, I'm placing into nomination Chelsea Connolly for special education, salary of $48,098. Kyle Robson as guidance counselor, salary of $70,550. Carrie McLennan Mason, with a salary of $59,046.
For what position?
I'm sorry, chorus and theater. Sharice Salter as school nurse, I'm renominating with an adjusted salary of $69,112. And then finally, John Berry as dean of students at a salary of $100,000. John is with us this evening. John, would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Everybody, I'm John Berry. Hopefully the new dean students here shortly. I'm coming from Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm the assistant principal at Mont High School, been there for 4 years. Prior to that, I was a teacher at Bedford High School for about 10 years. My wife is a grad through this system, so I'm getting brownie points for this. But looking forward to joining the family.
And just to resolve what will certainly be a question asked many, many times, John Berry and Mike Berry are not related. They've even decided to spell their last names differently just to make it absolutely abundantly clear. So John Berry is Barrry. So
But when in doubt, just say Mr. Berry.
that's
It's all
right.
good.
Yeah, Mr. Berry said. But there aren't those first names at Souhegan. So
I know.
so that said, I placed all 5 of those positions in a nomination, Mr. Chair, and you might take a motion to elect. those.
Yes, I'll take the motion to elect the nominees.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Steve? Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing Yes.
Quick question about the nurse, what did you change about her salary?
It went up. So we were able to recognize more of her previous experience that she had not included in her application in here.
Here we go. Christie.
Still a cost savings of about 5,000 from that current.
Brian, yes.
George.
Crosser, yes.
Steve,
Melvin, yes.
Laura still disconnected,
Yes.
and Glover, yes. Yes, we'll call a recess, reconvene later, at whatever the time is, the name's computer says. There you go.
Ms. Taylor, can you hear us? There she's on. Taylor, can you hear us? Dial them twice, once on a cell phone and once. Can you hear us, Ms.
I can
Taylor?
hear you.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call to order the SAU number 39 board meeting for Monday, June 14th, 2021. It is 7 p.m. and we're at the Mont Vernon Village School. First, we have one member of the board who's calling in. Ms. Taylor, was it impractical for you to be here in person?
I am out of state. Thank you. I have 2 children with me.
Very good. The first order of business is to elect a chairman of the SAU 39 board. So I will open the floor for nominations. I will record all of the nominations I receive. After I've received all the nominations, I will close nominations and then take a vote. Each member will have 1 vote. If there is a clear winner, I'll declare that person the chair and hand the meeting over to that person. If not, we'll have a second round of voting. Before I do that, I'd like to introduce Maddie McPhee, sitting to my left, who is the Community Council representative to the SAU 39 board and will be a member of the Souhegan Cooperative School moving forward. She missed the Souhegan meeting, so I'm asking her to participate for now with the SAU, and then she'll stay for the Souhegan right after. So if you're curious, who's to my left? Miss Delaney Fox refused to continue post-graduation. So there's that. So are there any nominations for chair of the SAU 39 board? Mr. Coughlin.
I nominate Stephen O'Keefe.
Are there other nominations?
Can we renominate him?
Yeah, that's. Can we really nominate?
This does not really feel contentious, but are there any other nominations? Ms. Taylor, do you have a nomination?
I can second Steve.
All right, I will close nominations. Mr. O'Keefe, if elected, would you serve in this role?
I would, yes.
Okay, very good. I'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Gothier.
Gothier, yes.
Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Ms. Kuzma.
Kuzma, yes.
Ms. Hinckley.
Hinckley, yes.
Ms. Peters.
Peters, yes.
Ms. Run.
Run, yes.
Mr. O'Keefe.
Abstain.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Glover.
Glover, yes.
Alpha, yes.
Parisi.
Parisi.
Mr. Conklin. Conklin, yes. Ms. Bean.
Being enthusiastic, yes.
Ms. Taylor.
Taylor, yes.
All right, the motion carries 14 yes, 0 no votes, 1 abstention. Mr. Chairman, I turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, everyone. I look forward to partnering with everyone this year. We're going to make this the best year ever on the SAU level, and I'm excited to move into a new future for us now that we're back in person. So thank you very much. I now have the honor of soliciting nominations for our vice chair position. And being the chair, I would like to nominate Mr. Conklin. If he's willing to accept it.
I will accept it.
So happy about it.
Do I see or hear any other nominations? Ms. Taylor, do you have a nomination for vice chair?
No, I don't.
Thank you. So let's call the roll. Start with Mr. Gothier.
Gothier, yes.
Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Ms. Kuzma.
Kuzma, yes.
Ms. Hinckley.
Hinckley, yes.
And please forgive me.
Peters, yes.
Ms. Peters, thank you. Yes. Ms. Grund.
Run, yes.
Mr. Gronstra.
Also, yes.
That's awesome. I know. Mr. Glover.
Glover, yes.
Mr. Coughlin.
I'll abstain.
Mr. Torres.
Yes.
Ms. Parisi.
Parisi, yes.
Mr. Conklin.
Conklin, yes.
Ms. Bean.
Bean, yes.
And Ms. Taylor.
Taylor, yes.
Great. Congratulations, Mr. Coughlin. And look forward to working with you. Sure. Oh, keep yes. So that would be unanimous with the exception of 1 abstention. Let's go on to board secretary, the hardest job ever. Any nominations?
I'll nominate Stephanie Graham.
Oh. She did a great job this year. Any other nominations? Ms. Taylor?
I can second Stephanie.
Great, thank you. So let's call the roll. Mr. Gothier.
Gothier, yes.
Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Ms. Kuzma.
Kuzma, yes.
Ms. Hinckley.
Hinckley, yes.
Ms. Peters.
Peter, yes. Yeah, I'll say.
Ms. Grund. O'Keefe, yes.
Walsh, yes.
Mr. Glover.
Glover, yes.
Mr. Coughlin.
Coughlin, yes.
Mr. Torres.
Torres, yes.
Ms. Parisi.
Freeze, yes.
Mr. Coughlin. Conlon.
Conlon, yes. Conlon, yes.
You, just you. Yes.
Ms. Taylor.
Taylor, yes.
Great, thank you. Congratulations, Stephanie. Welcome aboard. Another year of this dynamic team. We also have a couple of other positions that we need to appoint tonight. And let's start off actually with our budget committee. We need one member to serve on the SAU budget committee. Any volunteers? Ms. Grund. Like to nominate herself? Anybody else?
I'm just confused because I thought we all did that individually already.
But we also have a member of us to serve on it as well.
Okay.
Last year was Stephanie and I. Actually, did you represent Sophia?
The website says it was Stephanie and Beth, actually.
Yeah, but I thought I was representing.
It was me too.
Yeah, I'm
You and I were-
Maybe that's why.
Anyone else like to do it?
Said one, right?
Yes, just one person. So Ms. Brett has declined. Anybody else?
I'll take it.
Great, Ms. Parisi, congratulations. I don't think we need to vote on that. It's just a volunteer spot. Let's move on to manifest. We need two outstanding individuals to sign off on our manifests. Great, Ms. Grund.
I can do it again.
Great, thank you. And treasurer, SAU treasurer, I believe we have a outstanding volunteer from the community. Mr. Coughlin, would you like to introduce that individual?
No, I think Ms. Grun should make the nomination.
Okay.
And that will be.
I nominate CJ Butler.
And that does need to be voted on?
Yes, and it's effective July 1st.
Great, so effective July 1st, I have a nomination for Ms. CJ Butler. Any other individuals anyone would like to nominate? Ms. Taylor, any individual you'd like to nominate for district treasurer?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, let's call the roll. Mr. Gothier.
Gothier, yes.
Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Ms. Kuzma.
Kuzma, yes.
Ms. Hinckley.
Hinckley, yes.
Ms. Peters.
Peters, yes.
Ms. Grund.
Run, yes.
O'Keefe, yes.
Bronster, yes.
Glover, yes.
Yes.
Coughlin will abstain.
Thank
Torres,
you.
yes.
Parisi, yes.
Conklin, yes.
Beam, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, yes.
So just one abstention, the rest are in favor. Those are all the positions that we need to fill at the SU level. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, there's one more. The Professional Development Committee is a 2-year term, so this is the year we need to nominate one member. Last year, I believe it was Ms. Kuzma for the previous 2 years.
Yeah. Great. Anyone like to serve on the PD committee? I did that once. It was great.
That would be fun.
Was you?
Yeah, why not?
Awesome. It's a good spot. You have to buy Dunkin' Donuts gift cards for everyone.
All right. I got it. Wait. Okay, so Dunkin' Donuts gift cards, like, do I have to bring donuts to every meeting?
Oh, no. You just have to buy
I-
100 Dunkin' Donuts gift cards.
Oh, okay, like $5? You pay.
All right. Mr. Shield, any other positions we need to nominate?
One more, Mr. Chairman, a deputy treasurer is not necessary, but is recommended. Ms. Peg Bennett has served in this role previously, and I believe is willing to serve again effective July 1st.
Great. So let's put into nomination Ms. Bennett. Do I have a first on that?
I'll first.
Great, Ms. Kuzma first.
Second.
Mr. Glover. Let's do the roll. Starting with Ms. Gothier.
Gothier, yes.
Lawrence, yes.
Kuzma, yes.
Hinckley, yes. Peters, yes. Run, yes.
O'Keefe, yes.
Yes.
Coughlin, yes.
Torres, yes.
Parisi, yes.
Conklin, yes.
Beam, yes.
Ms. Taylor.
Taylor, yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Congratulations. And anything else?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna do the wave tonight. Let's start off with principals reports. Let's do the, oh, thank you. Public input first of second. Any members of the public like to address the board? Ms. Gibson. Please state your name, address, tell me what you reside, and you have the floor.
My name is Marilyn Gibson. I live at 166 Maxwell Road in Amherst, New Hampshire. I have delivered this comment to the 3 other boards that met earlier this evening, but I want to thank all the boards for their volunteer work. Thank you very much. I know it's difficult. I served on boards back in Massachusetts and North Smithfield, Rhode Island, and I know how difficult a task it is and greatly appreciated. But I've already enjoyed 4 hours of complete entertainment, so thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate all the teachers and staff for their stamina during the painful 15 or so months. A sincere thank you to all teachers and staff for navigating to the best of their ability. However, my real concern is the transparency that we lack in our, let's say, SAU, the website, and so forth. There is obviously board meetings that are videotaped, YouTube presented, the TV recorded. Those meetings are wonderful, but what I don't find are meeting notes to some committees that are meeting behind, let's say, the curtain. However, my main point here tonight is for curriculum mapping. I believe that the SAU should be more responsible and accountable to the citizens of Amherst, especially the parents, by using curriculum mapping. Curriculum mapping would make all curriculum transparent. So what does curriculum mapping look like? Well, if you ask Heidi Hayes Jacobs, it is an essential tool because there you'll find what is being used by the teachers in the classroom as resources. What is fostering their learning? What are the assessments that are being used for DOK or depth of knowledge? What are the evaluations that are being used? Formative and some of them. If you ask Gardner, who you might know the name of, if you're an educator, which I've been for over 29 years, it allows for diversification for all learning types. Learning types were identified back in 1983 by Gardner, who is a psychologist. There are 9 types of intelligence: naturalist, musical, logical or mathematical, existential, interpersonal, bodily kinesthetic, which I love, linguistic, interpersonal, and spatial. Not only that, if you're familiar with education, you know about Marzano's 13 teaching best practices, and you can see them evidently in curriculum mapping. Andy Hargraves and Michael Fullen share their definition for best practices. They define it as existing practices that already possess a high level of widely agreed effectiveness. All teachers go back to these, but we need to have them in curriculum mapping. I've discussed this with Christine for over 3 years, and I have not seen any move towards it. It's a cheap investment, but highly productive. Thank you.
Any other members of the public that like to address the board? Seeing none, let's move on. Principal's report. Let's start off with our Clark Wilkins principal report for there. Any questions with regards to that report? Yes.
Not a question so much as a comment. I would just like to give special shout out to all of our remote and specialists this year. As teachers, I know it's been a struggle all around and taking creativity and challenge, but to really connect and be able to do that remotely is even more so. And it's been a long year. That's been, so thank you so much for the extra work that has taken and for the support from everyone who's been in the building. And yay, last day. And everybody have a great summer because you definitely earned it.
Thank you, Terry. Any other questions for Anna and Clark Wilkins report? Seeing none, let's move on to the Amherst Middle School. Dr. Vernon.
Why am I the only one? All right, well, so much the same, but also I would like to especially highlight how crazy creative you've been in making sure that all of our remote families, and it really, this goes to both as well, have had an opportunity to safely come in, and that you've really found a way to make them comfortable and let them step foot. And I know that I've spoken to some families that have been so grateful that their kids, even though they've stayed connected and they've enjoyed school all year, just being able to literally be in the building and be part of some of these final ceremonies and final step ups and things. And I know how much extra work it's been to make sure that that can happen in a way that is equitable and safe for everyone. So thank you for the effort you've put into that. And I know that it's been really meaningful to all of those families. So thank you. And yay, summer, for all of the Amherst staff and teachers.
Anybody else?
I just want to add a little bit to what Terry said. I know the AMS welcoming back some of their kids that have homeschooled this year as well today as part of their Step Up Day stuff. So it was really great that we were able to bring them back into so that they can participate in the last. So that was really great to see.
I will say as a parent, thank you for pizza day. I guess the compliments of you was very much appreciated in the OP house. Thank you. Anybody else for Amherst Middle School? Seeing none, let's move to the world famous Mont Vernon Village School. I would like, I'm sorry, I just want to congratulate you on an outstanding event tonight. The festivities that went on in the gym that were joined by myself, Ms. Lawrence, Ms. Hinckley, and of course, Ms. Grund over here. We enjoyed it thoroughly. It was phenomenal. It was great to see a student-led event. Please share our sincere appreciation for the faculty and staff that held that, hosted it, planned it, and executed on it because it was just phenomenal. I think parents really enjoyed it. It's always great to see that type of response when we celebrate our sixth graders before they are given to Dr. Bernasconi for the next 2 years. So thank you for that. And I also want to thank the Mont Vernon School Board for the outstanding treats that we had tonight, and the Amherst School Board for the pizza. So thank you very much for that, guys. Appreciate that. But kudos to you. Great job and great vision.
I was just going to echo the same thing and also say I love the updates. I think it really does show the spirit of the school, and I was really excited to see the remote students included in this one, and the sentiments, both their challenges and their positivity. So I think that's really great and a great way to be able to pull everybody together and look forward. So again, thank you always for that, the update. It's helpful and nice to see. Thank you. And I cried at graduation. I was like, it was so beautiful.
It was really nice.
It was. I don't even know those children.
There was one person by Stephanie and I that was just like needed a box of tissues.
Yes.
Yeah. Very,
It was great.
Job well done. You made them parents week, whether they had kids or not.
100%. So thank you. Any other questions for Mont Vernon? Seeing none, let's move to Souhegan High School with Mr. Barry. Any questions for high school?
So, Mike, I'm gonna say something, so thank you for the outstanding graduation. The seniors really appreciate it. Sorry, I had a senior who just graduated, so it was awesome. So thank you. I do have a couple questions. I know we're gonna talk about all the other strategic part later, so I'll wait till your presentation on that. 2 pieces. One, just to follow later on, can we get an update, and I'd include Christine, AP testing results? So this year being a really strange year for learning, it would be interesting to find out how many kids were supposed to take AP tests, how many did, and then just kind of look at the pass rate on that. I think it would be interesting to give us a guideline of how this past year went. And then also looking at enrollment, I would love to find a way to say where the 8th graders are at the end of 8th grade year and how many actually pass into Souhegan. I know we can't ask parents why or anything, but if we're able to find out, are they going to private schools or are they moving out of district is very different. But it would be interesting, I think, for us to understand what kind of decisions we're going to make.
We do usually get that information, whether it's a private school or whether they're moving out of district, because we send their cumulative folders to that next place. So we do try to record that.
So that would be, I think that's important for us to understand. And I know we can't ask why, but I think having some basic information is really important for us.
just say one thing to Steve, to Mike, sorry. Yeah, what a first year, right? I mean, good job. And you have some nice visions working. Sounds like you're building a relationship with your staff. So we're behind you and want to be able to help you whenever we can. So you just gotta keep communicating with us and we'll keep the ship rolling. Yep.
Great. Any others for Mr. Berry?
Can I say something? I should recognize a teacher. I was gonna do it at the Souhegan board, but I kind of feel like this meeting is as appropriate. Sue Downer received a presidential award for excellence in science, mathematics, and engineering. A couple months ago, it was in person. Steve brought to my attention the third teacher from Souhegan, but it's quite an honor, and they're not handed out very liberally or easy, and I think that's a credit to Sue Downer's commitment to the profession, but the commitment to the evolution of the profession. And so I just wanted to make note of that in this setting. And we'll talk maybe a little bit more about the Souhegan group.
Yeah.
We definitely have some rock stars that work in our 3 districts, and it's awesome to actually recognize them. So thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Berry? Yes, Mr.
You knew it was gonna happen. I just want to say thank you for the remote. I know a lot of remote students came back at the last session, including my own daughter. And that was such a seamless transition back after being remote all year. And just thank you for really setting it up in a way that those students were able to feel comfortable and get right back into the swing of it and finish the year in person so that next year they can kind of start off feeling a part of things. But I think that so much effort was made to make them feel included and inclusive all year. And so it was just a really natural thing to be back. And then Frederick graduation, finding a way to still support that and make that happen. It was very different this year, but it was still very fun and wonderful. And it was a lot of fun to volunteer at. And I think that it was such an important thing for the kids to have that. The seniors really look forward to it every year. So thank you for helping to facilitate and make it happen.
Well,
with the PTSA.
I appreciate you saying that, but I have very little to do with Project
No.
Graduation. They asked me to do it, and I said yes, and Lisa Eastland kind of ran with it, but a lot of people went into that, and then the seamless transition, the staff, the support staff and the teachers have been very flexible, because as I mentioned earlier, in the previous meeting, we were flipping pretty regularly. And so I'm glad, kids were able to feel comfortable coming back and forth and coming in at different times. So, but that's a credit to the teachers and the staff.
Well, that wasn't just for you.
Thanks.
I was praising the whole staff, but if it wasn't clear, but thanks for being a good leader. Helping that happen.
Thank you, Terry. Any other questions for Mr. Berry? Great. Thank you very much. So we are absolutely on time. So this is awesome. Let's move on to our consent agenda. Tonight, because everyone's in person, we're just going to do this one by one. We're going to see if anyone's got any issues with it. We'll address the issues and we'll do one bundle approval for all 6 items. So any questions or concerns regarding number 1? Treasurer's report, April 2021. Any questions on number 2, Treasurer's report, May 2021?
You know what, I'm gonna say thank you to CJ, we'll just put this in the record, for everything that she does and keeps it together. She's great at reporting and it's clear and it's concise, and we appreciate her work. We never do say thank you.
You should bring cookies to these meetings more.
You get on that.
Number 2, which should actually be number 3, revised anti-discrimination plan.
I have a comment on that. I saw that I had made this previous comment. I see that work was done. I appreciate that. I'm still a little bit, there's a lot of classes that are listed in various places, and they're not always the same list. if there's a reason for that, that's fine. I would like maybe there to be, just take the clump and call it class something A, and then take the second clump where there's different and call it class B or some name, so that when you refer to it in future, you can track the different classes that are receiving different protections or have different rights under the law for the different parts of the policy. I mean, creed comes up, but then it's gone, you know, it goes on and on. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, our legal counsel did an extensive review and they
Yeah.
were actually the first district to ask them to do this. So it was a pretty large undertaking for them and they were excited to be able to produce something that really tightly aligns to the law. And there are so many different laws that they had to refer to actually, and that was intentional because it is based on you know, the different sections of the plan and what different legal requirements we had.
Right. My fear is, and then, I mean, you have to study it to figure out the difference. My fear is that when they get lost in the shuffle, so if you didn't have a unit like clearly defined as something, it doesn't matter what you call it, and that is applicable here and applicable here, and then something else is applicable somewhere else, it would help everyone comply with this thing and reduce errors, to make some clarity. So to the extent that that's possible, I recommend it. That's my comment. Appreciate the effort put in so far.
So just as a follow-up with us, we do provide annual training with regards to our policy on anti-discrimination.
Yes.
And so keeping everyone aware of all the nuances for the particular policy and the subset, I think address Mr. Glover's concerns with regards to the changes in various paragraphs, correct?
The policy, well, we provide training on anti-discrimination in general and provide staff with the policy. We don't always go through the different classes and what's protected under the different laws. I feel like that's pretty specific for teachers. If that was of of concern, we can certainly work with legal counsel to have some sort of guidance document maybe, or a guidance document that's included in this plan that just outlines specifically why certain groups are included in certain sections and maybe not in other sections.
But the enforcer of the policy is actually the Human Resources Department,
Yes.
correct? And so
Yes.
they're completely aware, up to speed on what the policy actually stipulates and dictates. Correct?
Yes, yeah, Amina worked closely with Meg and I on the anti-discrimination plan.
Are teachers, staff, are they required to sign off that they receive training and understand the policy every year, only once, or how's it work?
Yeah, every year, and it's in Frontline, so we actually can run a report to see who's completed the training or not, and as part of the training, in order for the training to be complete, the policy has to be opened. So they have to open and review that policy, and by completing that training, they are certifying that they've reviewed the policies and engaged in that training. And Frontline requires all of those pieces to be in place before they get professional development credit, and we're able to run reports to confirm that it's been completed.
Okay, we do run reports and
Yeah.
make sure people are.
Yes.
following first.
Yes, building leadership worked closely with me on that this year.
Right.
Seeing nothing else for number 3, let's go to what's qualified as 3 before, grading software update.
And I do have a further update, if you don't mind me sharing that. These were due over a week ago, so we were able to get additional pilot feedback from our teachers. We were gathering that feedback as I was pulling this memo together. And based on that feedback, we had 13 Souhegan teachers participate pretty deeply in piloting Power Teacher Pro this year. We only had one AMS teacher respond to the survey who participated. I was able to get the grading software committee together for a meeting. And based on the survey information, the committee did recommend moving forward with Power Teacher Pro at Souhegan for next year and taking an additional year to pilot at the middle school, since we really only had one teacher that piloted deeply and responded to the survey. We felt that we didn't have enough information based on the pilot to make that change for next year. We felt that there were enough teachers piloting at Souhegan, and that change would be fairly seamless for the teachers. And we've because so many teachers participated, much of the system was set up already for them. So it's going to make it a little easier with Galen transitioning into a new role next year. She actually can still provide some support at the high school, since she will be at the high school next year, taking over Rhonda's current position. So that's going to be really helpful. for us and in supporting that work continuing forward, but the committee felt strongly that there was a need to continue to pilot at the middle school for next year since we had so few teachers participate.
Ms. Parisi was first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Priest.
What is the plan for getting more teachers to participate at AMS to make it a worthwhile year's pilot?
I've already had some teachers approach me, say that they're interested in piloting. I think this was just a very difficult year to ask teachers to pilot. At the middle school, specifically, many teachers were teaching 2 grade levels at the 7th and 8th grade level. So for them to have, 2 grade levels to be teaching and to be piloting on top was a pretty significant change for them. So I think that was probably one of the reasons that they weren't able to pilot. Also, the push at the high school, there's been a greater interest at the high school in transitioning. I think it's a little more mixed at the middle school. I think that there still is some interest, but it isn't as strong necessarily than the high school. So I think less teachers felt that they needed to pilot this year and felt that if they had another year that was a little bit more of a normal year, that there would be a little bit more interest. So I'm pretty confident. I don't know if there's, I think it's sharing out with the teachers, Power Teacher Pro, and we know the system a little bit more. And I think they'll just with a more typical school year, I think we'll have more teachers that are interested in piloting. So I haven't developed a plan to roll that out. The committee just decided, Bethany was at the meeting, but we haven't developed that plan yet. So I'm happy to share that with the board once that plan's developed.
Thank you.
Same question. I had the same question, so I'm good.
Ms. Lawrence?
So does that mean that, that going forward, there won't be any grades anymore in Empower, that all the grades will be done in the new system?
Both. So K-8 will still be using Empower at least next school year. Our plan would be to actually also at the end of every reporting period, upload those scores into PowerSchool. So for families that might have high school and middle school students, if they want to track progress, they'd have to look at Empower to see, on a routine basis, but to see those report cards or progress reports, our plan would be, and we think this is feasible, so we're looking into it this summer, our plan would be to upload scores into PowerSchool. So if parents are looking for report cards, they would be able to access them in PowerSchool.
So Souhegan will be exclusively PowerSchool.
Yes.
And so for like freshmen this year, their Empower grades would be put into PowerSchool, so everything's in one place for parents, or?
So their K-8 scores.
They're freshmen this year.
Oh, the freshmen this year? They are in Empower. We are putting them currently. Caitlin's actually working on seniors today and tomorrow, starting with freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, putting them in PowerSchool. They actually needed to be in PowerSchool anyway for transcript purposes because we pull transcripts from PowerSchool. So yes, all current freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, all of their scores from this year for transcript purposes would be in Power. So it's really end of year scores for freshmen, sophomores, or just a semester course would be in there. And then for juniors and seniors, semester 1, semester 2, and end of year scores are in PowerSchool.
So you talked specifically about the middle school. Again, doing it next year. What about Clark Wilkins and Mont Vernon?
Yeah, so we had teachers just play around with the system at the elementary level. No one fully piloted. So we really have to, and I want to work with Anna and Kathleen and Kim on this. We really need to get a better sense from the teachers as to whether there's a strong desire to be piloting for next year, or if we hold off for a year and have a more staggered approach with the schools transitioning over to Power Teacher Pro. We also want to make sure it's a right fit. And whether Empower is more elementary friendly. While I hate being in 2 systems, I want to make sure that we're meeting everyone's needs and not transitioning to a system that works only for the high school or only for the middle school and high school and not for the elementary level. So we definitely want more teacher feedback.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I guess it just occurred to me, running 2 systems, so that's 2 license agreements, 2.
Well, our
Or
PowerSchool
are they
license.
scaled on your usage? What's it
Both.
wash from a budget perspective?
We'll have budget savings because we budgeted for a more expensive license for Teacher Ease because we were expecting to possibly use Teacher Ease, which was more expensive.
So Empower is fairly inexpensive. I'd have to pull the exact numbers. It is a per user fee, so it would be less money since we're not paying for Empower at the high school. And Power School, our Power Teacher Pro licensing is no additional cost on top of our Power School licenses. So there's actually a pretty significant savings at Souhegan. Because we're already paying for Power School. So it would be less expensive to move to Power Teacher Pro. I just want to make sure that in making that move, we're doing that thoughtfully and that we're considering that elementary perspective.
Thank you. Let's move on to number 5, which is listed as number 4, the enrollment update. Seeing no questions, let's move on to number 6, which is listed as number 5, the 2021 draft minutes. So none, let's move on to the April facilities report, which is listed as number 6, prediction number 7.
Just make it.
Roger, a question, the air quality test, is that something we can see the report on, knowing it was really hot in the school and we're turning it at different temperatures with COVID? Love to be able to see the reports and.
Definitely. I just haven't received them back from the vendor yet. We did it the first week of May. I'm still waiting on the reports. Once we get it, it'll be shared on our website with everyone with all the other air quality tests. And I'll also put it in the package.
Okay.
To be clear, we're only required to test once a year for all, right? There is no requirement. But we test 4 times a year and alternate between 2 different vendors to make sure that there's not a vendor issue. And we do water tests how often? Water tests we do annually, and we go back and forth for just the standard lead and copper test, and then we go the all-in test every contaminant that could be in the water. We do every other year.
Thank you. Also for Souhegan, I think you had indicated the building management system upgrade. Is that was it last year? I think we had, as one of our projects with the unreserved fund balance, we did the BMAS upgrade. Is this the same thing? Is there some change or what is?
This is the same thing. We've actually been working on this project all throughout the year with our vendor, and we've been able to pick up additional items with our COVID funding as well.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was anything wrong from what we already did.
No, we've expanded on it, and we've been trying to just work with the existing building and having just occupants in the building.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Glover?
Just kudos, keep it coming. Your reports are great. It's really nice to be able to see the fruits of your labors and your staff. Or people in town would take the time to look at this list. I think they'd be impressed.
That's great. And with that too, is I just really like to say thank you to all of our facility staff. Because without them, we're not here. We're not providing these reports. They've just done a great job this year. They've been all in, so I just appreciate all of them.
Ms. Priest?
When it comes to your Wilkins pictures, you show the upper Wilkins test pit and the lower Wilkins borings. Do those reports come back as expected?
They did, yes. That's actually our time bond and our civil report for the construction project.
Thank you. Seeing nothing else, let's go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Kuzma, second. I'll second. Thank you, Mr. Coughlin. Let's do the roll.
Gothier, yes.
Lawrence, yes. Kuzma, yes.
Keaton, yes. Either, yes.
Ron, yes.
O'Keefe, yes.
Yes.
Glover, yes.
Yes.
Parisi abstain.
Conklin, yes.
Dean, yes.
Ms. Taylor? Ms. Taylor?
No, please.
Is that a
Can you
no
hear
vote?
me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Is that a-
One no, please.
Great.
Yes, no.
One no. Thank you. Let's move on to the board chair updates. We are spot on time. Perfect. Let's go to the Amherst School Board. I believe you guys elected a new chair tonight.
We did elect a new chair tonight. It was myself, so I thank everybody for their votes of confidence for that. That was part of our organizational meeting. Ms. Kuzma is our new vice chair this year, and Ms. Parisi, our first year member who was sworn in tonight before the meeting in a very official ceremony is now our secretary as well. We gave all our committee assignments out, and then we also approved a $300,000 amount for the administration to use out of our unreserved fund balance to work on projects that will come up at the end of the year. They had a list of projects that they're going to work on, so they have $300,000 to work with for that, to be able to complete those priority projects in a variety of facility needs in a combination with technology as well, in addition to what was approved on voting day last week.
Awesome, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence with the Mont Vernon School Board.
Hello, so I am very honored to say that I was reelected as the board chair this evening. Thank you very much. Mr. Eckhoff is our vice chair. Ms. Hinckley is our secretary. We also went ahead and did our committee assignments. And let's see, we talked about our unexpended fund balance. We've got about 100,000 that we expect to have back to the town this year, covering also our warrant and some projects that are projected for the end of the year. We also have a vacant seat opening. We have currently four requests for that seat, so we'll be scheduling interviews for that position in the coming week or two.
I'm sure they're not from Amherst.
I know. Surprisingly, four people we never had it, so very interesting. It's for a one-year term that was vacated by Mr. St. Dennis.
Oh, that's why this one, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
I should have
yeah.
always been like, no, it's 1 year. We do it.
It's one thing.
One gestation period.
He does know this one.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Mr. Glover, another new board chair.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you like to share your update?
Absolutely. So I was elected to the chair of the Souhegan Cooperative School Board by a unanimous vote from our colleagues, and I appreciate that very much. Stephanie Grund is our vice chair and Maura Taylor is our secretary. We didn't quite get through our full agenda item, but one of the things I'd like to try to keep track of, and had some conversations and one-on-ones with fellow board members, and this has been tried in the past, and we're going to give it another go, which is to kind of keep a little action item list. So some of the action items that came out of our meeting, we directed Adam Steele, our superintendent, to report back to us in August about how the teachers and staff may be able to better connect and communicate with the boards. They have a direct connection and some insight as to what they're feeling and sensing on the street. So look forward to that in August. We found some typos, those are action items, but we don't want to forget about those. We have an action item for providing the website for the New Hampshire Student Data Privacy Consortium. So those are, some are major, some are minor, but we're trying to keep track of that. At least I am. And I hope the board members will support me in that. That's all we got for now.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the people that served in those roles previously. Ms. Kuzma, Mr. Gronstra, your services acknowledged and recognized and appreciated. Thank you. Let's move on to our superintendent's report. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed. I'll try not to use all of that time that's allotted. A couple of updates for the board. First, in terms of hiring, we have just about all of our administrative hiring completed at this point. The only one that's still open are, well, two that are still open. One is Amherst Middle School Assistant Principal, the vacancy created by Heather Jennings, moving to the Assistant Student Services Director position. And that position is still open. We interviewed someone today, but we'll continue the process. The second is at Souhegan. There is a science domain leader position that's posted with the budget funds that we discussed at the last meeting. We've been able to post a position, and we'll bring that forward to the future meeting of the board for continued discussion. Besides that, all of our hiring has been completed. All of our graduations have been completed as well. There's already a comment about the Souhegan graduation, which is very nice. Thank you for all those who attended, members of the board. Thank you to Mike and his staff who put a ton of effort into it and really executed it flawlessly, despite my anxiety about the weather. That was well done. As well as our other three schools that each have their own unique celebration. Clark Wilkins Fond Farewell is likely to never return indoors ever again after experiencing the magic of an outdoor celebration. That went very well. Even the preschool had their own I don't know what you call that today, but I happened to witness interesting things at the preschool promotion, graduation, send off, whatever we want to call that. Amherst Middle School had their graduation last Friday for their 8th graders. A quick aside, one 8th grader who I happen to know very well left his house wearing a hoodie. And I suggested to him that perhaps his mother would like him to wear a nice shirt. And he's reaffirmed for me that he was wearing a polo underneath his hoodie. So when he and I gave him a ride to the ceremony. And when we arrived and he removed his sweatshirt, he's wearing a t-shirt. And I suggested to him that that was not a polo. And then he corrected me that it certainly was. If I would just look at the logo that says polo on his t-shirt. So, I could have, I should have. So my wife was less than impressed. But outside of that, that was a wonderful ceremony as well. And then we've already heard that the promotion ceremony this evening went well, although I was unable to attend. So thank you to all of our principals who put a lot of effort into making those ceremonies mean a lot to their students and to their families. So thank you for that. Reopening, we're going to talk about in just a little bit and what we do for the fall. And so I'll pause that for now. But I'd like to take a minute to speak about our election results from last week, if I may. So I want to thank our both communities, Mont Vernon and Amherst, that voted to support all of our budgets and all of our warrant articles, and for the most part with substantial margins. I think that shows that there's a lot of support within our communities for what we're doing as a school system. I'm particularly proud of the Mont Vernon Education Association agreement that passed, and that our teachers were supported in that way. But I think it's fair to acknowledge that in both Amherst and Souhegan, our budgets barely passed. Like if 15 voters had voted differently, our budget may not have passed in those two districts. And so I just want to take a minute and articulate what I think many of the concerns are from our community, because I've heard them often. So all of the costs go up, even though enrollment has stayed the same for the last couple of years, or even gone down sometimes. People on fixed incomes can't afford higher taxes. We have the 19th ranked high school in the U.S. News and World Report. What are we paying for? A new major school initiative is coming. How can we afford that? And frankly, it just costs too much. I want to say that I really do understand those concerns. From my perspective, I've been working now in public school administration for about 20 years. And I can say consistently, I've heard similar concerns from residents in Litchfield when I worked there, in Pelham when I worked there, in Windham when I worked there, and certainly here some of those comments remain. And someone who serves as treasurer for a couple of our districts and knows Mr. Coughlin very well, commented that for 40 years in Amherst, she's heard similar concerns. And so I wanted to spend some time thinking about what those concerns mean, because moving forward, I don't think slim margins on a budget is the type of support we want from our community. Going back a couple of years ago, when the boards talked about the metrics that mattered to board members in our schools, in addition to students, how they perform academically, one of the highest concerns of board members was support from the community on election day, right? Because that is a sign that we're doing the right things and we're moving in the right directions. And so I am happy that our budget's passed, but am concerned about the message that comes along with them barely passing. So I wanted to go a little bit deeper into that and share some of my thoughts. So first, I believe our schools already have great teachers and staff, not good, but great teachers and staff. On the whole, they are exceptional folks. There are high expectations from our community. Not every community has high expectations, but we have that. That's an asset that plays in our favor. And so these are factors that lead us to that lay the groundwork for a very successful school system. In addition to that, I've taken stock of what I see are assets in our favor that we can build on and leverage. So we have an engaged group of parents and community members, right? There are some here this evening, but in general, our parents are highly engaged. They know what we're doing in our school, they know when we're doing it, and they, for the most part, know why we're doing it, whether we should be doing it or not. No more so have we learned that this year when parents participated in remote Zoom classrooms on a daily basis, and we're right there with our teachers during that process. I think we have a community that supports us being on the leading edge of educational work and innovation. I think that's true. Souhegan was built in 1992 to be very different from the norm at the time. It really was, and our community supported that. Some of our neighboring communities are not as supportive of the things that we do. And so that's an asset for us. We're a financially well-resourced couple of communities, we know that. We do have a culture of respect, trust, and courage in all of our schools. Yes, that is the Souhegan core value, but I really do see that extended in each of our schools. If you as board members got to walk with me into different classrooms, you would see that exhibited from students to their teacher, from teacher to the public, and vice versa. There is really a collegiality that exists in all of our schools that doesn't exist in all sorts of places. In fact, I think of like John Barry coming from Manchester, and he's going to have to learn about what respect, trust, and courage means in the Souhegan Cooperative School District, as opposed to perhaps other places. And then we have a faculty that is engaged and believes in making their craft better, gaining professional development skills that make them better at what they do. And so these are things that take generations to develop. When I say assets, these are things that like we can build on and hold on because they don't come easily. They come over generations of school and the experience that builds leverage for us as a school system. But I want to be honest about some of the challenges I see that we have as well. So school facilities, we know that for the most part outside of the building we're sitting in, our other school facilities have been not focused on in terms of preventative maintenance, routine maintenance, and are in a state of challenging disrepair, to say that carefully. There has been a lack of a real vision for our schools, and this is not a criticism, but a reality that many schools, when it's easy to fall back into, we're going to handle the day-to-day. The phone call from the parent, the fire alarm that goes off, the bus issue that arises, the disciplinary thing that happens as a result of something in schools. It's very difficult for many school systems to say, here's a vision of how it could be and where it should go. And so I think that it's been a while since that has really taken root here. And I don't mean that to sound critical. I think we have to acknowledge that our instructional time compared to some of the high-performing school districts with whom we compare ourselves, we have less. We have less instructional time. We have less school days and the hours that add up. And just to call attention to one very specific thing, and, you know, there are many, but high school final exams. I don't know why we still do that. That's a week of classroom instructional time that we give up for something of fairly low value instructional to our students. It's just a question, right? That instructional time really matters. And if you talk to some high-performing school districts, they leverage every minute of instructional time they can to make sure they're using that to make their students achieve top results. And then class sizes at our elementary schools have not compared well, and we know that we've been over that well. And so I want to talk about my last 3 years because in preparing for the next years, as this board organizes for our short 9-month year ahead of ourselves, I just want to take some stock and make sure that we're still thinking about the vision of where we want to go and how we want to get there. So the number one thing I've done over these past 3 years is try to recruit and build a leadership team. I think you guys have noticed me doing that. That's been a priority for me. I think Amherst and Mont Vernon expect outsized results for our school system. And the reality is that an instructional team that can help implement that is absolutely critical and doesn't happen without a leadership team that can support that. And so I really believe we've developed a top-notch leadership team. I've worked with you as school board to create the Joint Facility Advisory Committee to deal with the facilities issues. And I have to say, I think that's been a great success. All of you deserve that credit because I've done almost nothing in that process. But the fact that it's a community-led and school board-run organization, it usually doesn't happen that way in other places. I'm just going to tell you, what usually happens is the superintendent brings forward a building plan, people criticize it for years, and it doesn't get a whole lot of support. And until the community finally says, wait a minute, we need to figure this out and sort this out. And so what you folks have done to investigate those issues yourselves and report on them has so much more credibility in the process. And it's really, who knows what will happen next March, but I have high hopes for that. I've also worked with you to create a lot more transparency into what's going on in our school district. So our communication we focused on as an SAU to be a lot more like tell you what's going on, why it's going on, and why we're doing it. I'm not sure there's any decision I make that you folks either aren't aware of or at least could see coming. And that's really my goal, is that you guys are never surprised as school boards, and our community has deep insight into how our schools work. So I think that's been that's been helpful. Our boards have adopted class size guidelines that reflect educational standards that we aspire to. We can't hit those in many places, but I'll use Mont Vernon as a good example. Mont Vernon has hit those, and by having 2 teachers per class for grade level, has been able to achieve that. And if you look at their academic results, they're pretty darn good compared to Amherst, because and I think that's a #1 contributing factor to that. And then most importantly, what we've done over the past 3 years, in my opinion, is talk about what schools should be moving forward. Because as a board, you folks adopted in August of 2019 an educational vision that was pretty far out there, actually. If you really look back and think about the things we talked about, a plan for every student, right? An affordable next step for our kids, a challenge for every student. All of those things really point to a very progressive step towards making school be different to provide better outcomes for all of our kids. And so we have really just begun that process. And I want to say to you, all of the research shows that change in schools takes 3 to 5 years to show consistent results. So I just want to say to you folks, I do not expect, if we care about US News and World Report only, I don't expect those results to get significantly better quite yet. I don't expect them to. I think the changes that we have made as a board, and you folks have made as a board, that I've made with the leadership team, with what we've made as a strategic vision, has just begun to have the smallest amount of impact in what happens in classrooms, because it takes time to build that momentum and to instill those practices in a way that leads to results for kids. And so I want to ask for your support in us continuing to move forward down these pathways with you, together with you, partnering with you, not just me as superintendent, not just you as school board, but us together. Because I really believe that we are building for sustainable success. One of the biggest challenges that superintendents fall into is that, believe it or not, I've studied what makes a successful superintendent and what doesn't. One of the #1 traps is a superintendent that promises short-term results, does everything they can to leverage to make those numbers look good on paper, but they're not sustainable and they don't build for the long term. And so when that superintendent is exposed for not actually having produced sustainable results from a firm foundation, they got to go somewhere else because they've made promises they can't keep. And I really believe here that we are building for sustainable success in our schools. I'd like to be here for a long time doing that with you. I'd like to continue to partner with our community, and I just wanted to take a minute after this election to take stock and to share my thoughts. So with that, that concludes my superintendent's report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's open it up for questions. Any board members? Any questions for Mr. Steele? Speak.
So I appreciate you addressing it in general, because I feel like it's a good time to take stock. Some of the comments that you say you hear a lot, I have to agree. There's the ones I hear a lot, and I hear you address some of those, but I didn't hear kind of a direct response to some of it. So yes, everybody thinks it costs too much and my kids are done. I still have to pay for everybody else's. That sucks. Yeah, it's common social agreement, but what about cost in general? I don't know that everyone understands how much comes down from the state level is the push to the local level and how funding works. Do you have anything to say about that? Because I agree. If I was on fixed income, if I was a senior, and I know that we have a lot of seniors in our community who have lived there a long time, love being here, and it's really become unsustainable for them. And it breaks my heart that there's very little we can do to help that, aside from talking to our representatives at the state level to try to help that, because it's not something locally that I think we can do. But I didn't hear you address that portion of it.
Well, thank you for teeing that up for me. So, and I'll share my opinion, and then I'll maybe end with a question. So, in New Hampshire, unlike most states, we have an exorbitant amount of local control. The amount of choice that we have at the local level, believe it or not, far exceeds many or most states. And most states, our curriculum, right down to the classes we offer, are dictated to us by the state because the money comes from the state. In Maine or Massachusetts, the state decides when you build a new school. They pay for it, but they decide how you build it, what it looks like, and all of those things. And so the trade-off in New Hampshire is that we have a lot of local control because the money starts and ends at the local level. And so we have to weigh that against what it would mean for if more money came from the state, what would come along with that, with those dollars. And where would that money come from? Would it be a broad-based tax? Would it, who knows where that would come from? And so that's not my purview. My purview is what we do with the dollars we have and the local authority that we have right here. And so the question for me is, do we want great schools at the most affordable cost possible? Or do we want cheap schools that have mediocre results? Because you have to choose between one of those two. And I can tell you that I can give you cheap schools. I can make these schools cheaper. I 100% can. Like next school year, no problem. But our academic outcomes would worsen. And my experience is that the voters who vote are the ones who really decide the type of schools they want in their community. And while our voters have supported almost everything, their budget's very narrow, that still tells me that there is great expectations for our schools. Nobody wants private school cost of, a teacher to student ratio of 6 to 1. Nobody wants those things. No one wants exorbitant. I think we want the great schools at the most affordable cost possible, not cheap schools that are very cost effective. And so as long as that's still the case, there will always be naysayers, there will always be no votes. But I think that if we still align ourselves with how do we make our great schools as affordable as possible, we're supporting the community's best interest. Does that answer?
But I think it's a fair point. I mean, I know that Massachusetts is extremely top down. And you really do give up a lot of what you might like to do because you don't have the option. So it is a trade-off. I agree. But thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Great, I'm just gonna add real briefly. I think everything you shared there is very impactful and you're obviously definitely reflecting upon our most recent election results and trying to map out a good strategy in terms of communicating with our community, maybe a little bit more deeper and sharing that story. And I think as we map out the next 9 months of this particular term for this board, maybe that's one of our goals that we're going to talk about maybe in our next meeting. How do we go ahead and communicate more effectively with our community, engage them, and maybe meet the superintendent stuff. Now that we're able to do stuff in person again, bringing that stuff back to the forefront. So I thank you. Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to belabor the point, but I want to make sure, like, I spoke for a long time and said a lot of things.
Yeah.
Am I reflecting the board in general? I mean, maybe not with every single point, but I'd really like to get a sense of, am I on the right track or not, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so I can share my personal thoughts, and I think you are. I think that's the mandate that this board's issued to you since my tenure on it, and I think this community expects a lot of its schools. I think anything less is completely just missing the mark completely. And when we expect a lot of our schools, we expect our administrators to step out on a limb and be risky sometimes, and really come up with innovative ways to create a educational experience that can be impactful and empower every single one of our students. That's the mandate. That's a huge responsibility. It's a huge burden on your shoulders. And for me, I think it's refreshing to hear you share some of those thoughts today.
I also appreciate what you said. I think the strategic vision from 2019 is valid still. Individualized learning experience, allowing students and learners to reach their growth, their full potential regardless of their age, but still be able to stay within their own social cohorts. I think that maybe this speaks to Terry's question, which is, there's only one metric that you cited, which is U.S. News and World Report as part of the complaint structure. So we don't have really a metric structure that can counter the narrative, that can take a bad fact and incorporate it and put it in context for people to understand what the return on their investment is. I mean, if there's a return that's justifiable, then I think you'd find a lot more support, even though it's expensive. And so, how much do we track alumni success from their own? It should be, in my view, from the day they graduate till the day they die. And there should be a huge body of data about how they're doing and how they feel successful, and are they helping people and making a contribution? Are they living the Souhegan sticks? Are they respectful courageous and all of those things. That would be great data point. You know, some internal metrics about what, you know, why students, why newest news and world report. Well, a lot of that ranking is based on AP test results of a 3 or better. We have a lot of high achieving students who are choosing not to take the AP exams these days for their own reasons. They're not going to get college credit for it, but they can with dual enrollment. They already know where they're going. It's a huge burden. There's not enough instructional time. We have to take on this massive load to try to build up the gap. And they're like, screw it, it's not worth it. What's the benefit for the student? So we shouldn't punish them just because U.S. News and World isn't woke. I mean, come on. Maybe we should write the U.S. News and World report and what you doing.
Don't look at me, I'm not.
I'm just saying.
I'm
I'm trying to look around, all right? So, you know, there's something I think we can do on the metrics front to illustrate some of the successes that you've highlighted, to shine a light on some of the struggles that we have, like class size at the Amherst, for example, and compare it to Mont Vernon and look at, like, here are some differences. That would be great for all of us to see, and we can project that and communicate that to our community. I think we get a lot more support when I see the value proposition.
Stephanie and then Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting over here trying to figure out what to word and John put it in the words. Yeah, I think it's one of the things, like I was just asking the Souhegan meeting, like, you know, we tend to teach a project-based learning concept. Kids may not be fantastic at test taking. When it comes to SATs or the APs or college placement tests, and my kids currently doing, those are all sit down thing, take a test, answer it. We need to understand, and I think we need to have the conversation of what is our expectation. If our kids are going to go to college, do they need to be good test takers? Do we need to consider that? Do we like the project base and it falls out where it falls out? We need to have those conversations, because right now I think we in our mind have ideas, but a lot of people in the community don't understand that. They just see that their kid's not doing well in college because they can't take a test. And then I get a lot of feedback. And it's like, oh, yeah, but I think we need to put these things into a context and a conversation from day one when kids come into, whether it's Souhegan or come to the Amherst school system. This is what we do. We're not going to give this to you. Forget the U.S. News and World Report, because that's not what we're measuring. Here's what we look at. Here's how we measure success. We've looked at students who have graduated. Here's what they feel they are successful at. They could be successful becoming that plumber. They could be successful going to military, be successful going to college, going to med school, whatever is the right thing for them. We don't know right now.
Thank you. Lawrence?
I think the other thing that I would love some focus to be on are those things that you can't quite put your finger on, like connection. You know, making sure that kids feel connected with their peers, making sure that they feel connected with some staff members, and that staff are really trying to do that. I mean, those things don't cost any money. And I hear from a lot of parents and from students that doesn't always happen. Less so at the elementary school level, more so as kids rise. So I think that's something that we shouldn't lose focus on just because we're looking at dollars and cents. Like, we actually need to look at social emotional sense here, and make sure that people are making the connections as deeply as they can, because, you know, to inspire someone doesn't cost you any money. It just an attitude and some gratitude thrown in there.
Yeah, so when we're talking about the metrics, and we're talking a lot about the high school, but when you think about the elementary or the middle school, when we're doing competency-based education, we're not really providing our community with information on how everybody's doing on competency-based education. And instead, the numbers that we're sharing out to the community are NEWA tests. But then if you have so many members of the community telling you that the standardized test really shouldn't be the cornerstone for how people are doing, maybe it would be more helpful if we really showed more variety in our metrics and in our goals for our younger students to be able to bolster up that support in the community.
Interesting. Thank you. There's another hand over here. I think it was George. Yep. Sorry, Ms. Peters.
I have a question, kind of following up on what Ms. First said, is do we put out anything from you that kind of gives to the community the health of the school, say, like, hey, we just had this COVID year, here's how everybody's doing, here's what we're hoping to do next year. And I know you have updates and things, but is there anything like a graphic chart?
A scorecard.
So.
We're gonna have the SAU 39
Yeah,
review.
so last August, we started every August doing what we want to be a comprehensive report on all of our metrics to our board. So all of our tests that, like, during the year, you get updates on NEWA or SAS or whatever, but every August, we want to get like a comprehensive, here are all the reports and contacts. So almost like an annual report for our school system. So it kind of sounds like what you're talking about.
But then in a nice, pretty format for the town.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
To follow up, to follow up, when I was at voting day, I thought it was really interesting, all the people who were coming out with the town, I don't know, town book.
Annual
town book,
report.
annual
Yeah.
report, thank you. And I know that there's information included in there about schools, but maybe more of that type of information would help.
So I'm hearing that I'm on the right track, but we need to report our metrics and communicate to our community more effectively about what does matter and how we're doing those things that do matter. Am I hearing, am I synthesizing all of that?
There need to be metrics, but we can name our metrics, but then we have to name our metrics.
Got it.
Yes, one more thing, what to add to this. There's 80 calendar days between the end of school and the beginning of next school. And schools are kind of off, but the students aren't necessarily off. They're off doing things. They're still learners, they're still learning, they still have capabilities. I think it could be incumbent upon us to promote, to inform all of the students and their families of what options there are to continue their learning, to fill gaps, to get ahead, to shore up knowledge, to retain knowledge in fun and interesting ways through school sponsored resources or on the parents' own dimes. And let those families decide what they might want to pick out and whether they want to leave it alone. That's their choice. It would seem like we know what all these things are. It would seem a small step to put together an opportunities book and provide that at the end of every school year to encourage and promote continued learning over the summer, so that when we do get them back in the fall, there is retention, which is not remedial teaching. The NEWA stores, I guarantee you, if they take up this en masse, will go up, right? The retention will be there. I say I guarantee it. It's my great hope, my great optimism that we can retain more, you can learn more, you'll perform better. And so maybe there's a gap there that we could fill as something proactive we could do that I haven't seen us currently doing in a robust manner. Leveraging the summer.
Great, thank you. Now that we're behind it, Mr. Superintendent, is there any, let some of our administrators?
Yeah, I was just gonna say our principals are all set to go, except for Mike wants to stay for.
What's the mic? All right, let's move on to the reopening part. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be brief and get us back on track, I think. So our reopening task force is reconvened. Our first meeting was I believe last Monday. Our goal is for the August SAU meeting to present a plan to the SAU board for your adoption and approval for the upcoming school year. Clearly, mid-August is too late for us to do a radical plan of some kind. And so I encourage each of you as board members to attend those meetings. They're publicly advertised and conducted in the public. And if we suspect that there's things that are radically different than a normal school year this coming year, we'll have plenty of fair warning and can start working on those things. One thing that was clear from the first meeting of the task force was that while this past year went well by most accounts and in most cases, there were some things that worked as an unintended consequence more effectively for some students because of COVID. Not a lot, not a large majority, but there were some students who excelled in either a remote environment or some sort of hybrid environment. And so a question remains, what, if anything, should remain moving forward that's separate from COVID that we've learned from this year? And so that's one thing that our administrative subgroup has already started to tackle. I'm not sure how quickly we could implement something like that without resources associated with it, but we're going to try to be creative. Our survey of parents, I think about 800 parents responded. Less than 2% suggested they were hoping for a remote modality of any kind for this coming school year. And that was a survey done in May. So even right after the 12 and up vaccines became available for over the age of 12. So I think the window is probably shrinking for those who really need or want a remote modality, but we're looking at it. And so this task force will continue its work. There are subcommittees for nurses and medical folks, teachers and associations, faculty, community members, social and emotional group is a specific group to deal with the social and emotional issues that have arisen from this past year, and what we do to assuage those. Another subgroup I just can't remember, but anyway, it's a pretty comprehensive committee and task force. And again, this board will be where I propose whatever changes or whatever plans we need to make for this upcoming school.
So, Mr. Superintendent, the board has approved sweeping powers for you under an emergency policy for the COVID emergency. You probably don't need all of those powers for next year, but you may need some of them. So could I ask that the reopening task force recommend a revision to your emergency powers policy for the following year?
Indeed, I think that is probably the key thing that this board will do actually. When they vote. So,
I believe that policy actually expires at the end of last year's term, which is yesterday. So,
oh, interesting. I think that's-
through the school year, last day of school, well, I should say it's last day of school.
I forgot that, you're right.
So you need one.
Exists,
You need
yeah.
one. If you need one, you need one.
That's correct.
I noticed on the committee, do you have a Souhegan teacher slash administrator on it? I didn't see anybody, you didn't list anybody.
So the subgroups have plenty of people from.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, because when I saw it, I was like.
I know I have two on my subcommittee.
Yeah, there's a couple on each subcommittee. The
Okay.
new Souhegan nurse will be invited to participate if she wants to.
But she doesn't just have school.
Correct. Mike is a part of the admin
Okay.
group. Bethany and Anna kind of head up that.
Do we have any Souhegan teachers?
Andy Emerson and Lisa Eastland, is she at the high school?
She's teaching, she's not a teacher.
She's some, but Andy Emerson's part of the subgroup
Yeah.
for associations.
Okay, okay. I also noticed that our Souhegan meeting is not till August 26th or something like that, which is 4 days before school starts. If there's any changes or anything you need to go by us, that's Tuesday. We need to have a meeting way before that.
No, I would agree. If the,
I was gonna say she was Souhegan, right?
oh yeah, she was.
Well, yeah, she's through the social emotional, so
Yeah.
she's not really working on it. I want to teach, I want to make sure teachers represent.
Yeah, if there's going to be major changes from like a quote normal school year, then it's likely before it's actually earlier in the summer, if not July or early August.
Okay.
Mr. Short, did you have something?
No.
Okay. Thought I saw. Anybody else? Reopening? Let's move on to. Miss Federal, with our K-1 looping presentation.
Yes. I'll try to be brief. I know it's getting late in the evening, but I did want to share out our looping work that we're going to be doing, and this is something we're doing both in Amherst and Mont Vernon. And looping, so hopefully all of you have the presentation in your packet. I apologize, I don't have a board to project it to. But looping is the idea of teachers staying with the same group of students for more than one academic year. It's not the same as multi-age. Multi-age is when you have multiple grade levels of students in one classroom. This is the teacher staying with that one group of students for more than one academic year. Some schools even loop with students for 3 or even 4 years. Many Waldorf schools actually will loop kindergarten through 8th grade with students, very interestingly. And looping is not a new concept. It was actually used in the early 1900s in Germany. So it is a model that was popular probably maybe 30 years ago or so, but it's come back around as a really promising model because it's an inexpensive model and one that really fosters a close connection with students and with teachers and allows them to really accelerate academic growth. So why looping? This deep multi-year connection, which I mentioned with students, and it really allows our teachers to serve as an anchoring adult for students. We've been talking about the importance of having an anchoring adult in that multi-year relationship. And at the lower elementary level,
we have morning meeting, but we don't have an advisory or a multi-year advisory where students stay with that teacher and really get to know them well. So when we worked on what would an anchoring adult model look like at the elementary level, looping immediately popped into our mind because it allows the students and the teachers to get to know each other so well, allows that connection within that group of students and among those students, but also within that teacher. And just the idea that no significant learning occurs without a significant relationship. And that's definitely something that we've seen and a challenge with remote learning this year, that those teachers had to make those close connections with students to help support them with their learning. So as I mentioned, some of the benefits of looping, improved relationships among students, but also between the teachers and the students, more efficient instruction. And that comes about from the teacher knowing that student so well and each individual student really well, and knowing what their interests are, knowing their learning styles and how to best support those students, because it takes the year to get to know the student and then you say goodbye to them at the end of the year. Being able to stay with a student or a group of students for 2 years is really beneficial. Instruction is more efficient. The beginning of the school year there's very little startup time in the beginning of the school year, and getting to know students, you can actually hit the ground running. And when we started speaking with our teachers about looping, one of the things they said was, wait, I could actually slow down even in that first year, knowing that that second year I'll have extra time. So just this excitement among teachers that they didn't feel that they had to rush, that they would have 2 years to do 2 years worth of curriculum in, where a lot of time, and they already know that the students in that second year, and just the efficiency of that. Looping often leads to higher attendance rates, fewer student retentions, fewer referrals for discipline, and improved student behavior, because that group becomes such a tight-knit group. So our looping model is a little bit different than what we've probably ever done. You've probably heard that we've had a history of looping where we allowed one teacher to go for 1 year with a group of students. And sometimes that was even a consistent loop. Other times it was just, hey, they're moving from first grade to second grade. Let's keep those kids together because that teacher is moving. So let's take advantage of that and loop the students. This would be a very different model. And this would be starting next school year. So we would have a 2-year model where kids enter in both of our elementary schools in kindergarten as a cohesive group, and they would stay together through the end of first grade and stay with that teacher. And it would be a continuous K-1 loop. So kindergarten, so next year's kindergarten teachers will meet their group of students that they'll be with for 2 years, and they'll move to first grade with them, while the first grade teachers would move down to kindergarten, and then they would loop up. So it would be a continuous loop. And this is for all K-1 teachers across SAU 39. And again, as I said, it would begin next school year. So in order to implement our looping model, which we've been talking about this for a while, this might be new to the Souhegan board. So I'm glad I got to present at SAU. We were originally going to present just to Amherst and just to Mont Vernon, but I thought it made sense for the whole SAU board just to be familiar with what we're doing and the reasons why. So we've been meeting all spring. We've been working really hard to plan out looping and make sure that we are appropriately placing students in kindergarten classrooms next year, which is a really important piece. You can't just, you can start looping without knowing you're going to loop with a group of students. But if we're looping with an entire grade level of students, we want to make sure that they're appropriately placed in good mixes of classrooms. So we worked hard to really expand out our screening process this year. Something we're doing tomorrow at the Village School. All of our incoming kindergarten students are actually coming tomorrow morning, in addition to the kindergarten screening they already experienced. And we just have them doing some center activities together. They're reading a story and they're going outside to play on the playground to just see how the students interact, watch the students, and really understand how could we make up our kindergarten classes that would be the best makeup for those students, and a good match if those students are staying together. We've done a similar thing at Clark Wilkins. We expanded out our screening process. Due to COVID restrictions, we have so many students to screen. We've moved our screening to the summer. So we'll be screening both in June as well as July. And for screening, we're including a similar classroom activity and some observation time for students. So our subcommittees have met both to plan out our screening process this year, to plan professional development that teachers need, and then also to finalize what our procedures are going to be, because we want to make sure we have a really clear procedure on how to break the loop. So there could be a student, even with our more robust screening process that isn't a good mix in that classroom of students or isn't a good mix with that teacher. We want the teacher to be able to make a recommendation that that student not continue with that teacher. And we also want a parent to be able to make that recommendation. So we're going to outline some procedures or processes to make sure that that is in place and that everyone's clear on how we would make that adjustment and break that loop. And we've also shared with parents about looping. So at both of our kindergarten nights, both at Mont Vernon as well as at Clark Wilkins, we shared with parents about looping, why we were looping, and that they would expect to stay with their teacher and those students would stay with their peers for 2 full years. This summer, we are also working on some professional development with our teachers. They're really excited to be able to dig in more deeply to develop a better scope and sequence and pacing document that they then can pass on to the teachers who they're swapping grade levels with. So this summer, they're going to be really expanding out, especially in English language arts, because in math, we're actually piloting math resources next year, kindergarten through 5th grade. So that the math pilot work will be happening next year, but for English language arts, we're going to map out a really detailed scope and sequence. So the teachers that are currently in those grade levels are going to work on that scope and sequence, make any adjustments that they need to, and be able to hand it to the teacher. So it's going to be like a week by week pacing guide for what they did to really be able to support that transition. Many of our teachers have been in 1st grade, some for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and it's a little scary to all of a sudden switch and go down to kindergarten. So we want to make sure that we're setting them up for success and that we've had conversations with the current kindergarten teachers, current 1st grade teachers, and the same. We've had kindergarten teachers, you know, in the same role for 10 or 15 years, and they're popping up to 1st grade, and we want to make sure that they understand those expectations and have guidance documents to support them. So in addition to the curriculum work, which is really precursor work so that we can refine and then pass off to teachers, we'll also be doing deep professional development a year from now in those standards. So if those teachers, not only do we want a really clear scope and sequence every week, what should teachers be doing with students? We want to make sure that they have a deep understanding of the standards. So if they've only ever taught kindergarten, what is the expectation for a 1st grade student? We don't want kindergarten being taught for 2 years. We need to move on to that 1st grade content. And while our teachers are very skilled, the standards are deep. There's a lot to know and to understand about every single grade level of standards. So if you've been immersed in your own grade level, you have a sense of what goes on that next grade level, but we want to make sure they have a deep understanding, because not only are they teaching those standards, they're assessing students on the standards. That will be really important work that will be happening. And then we're going to continue with that loop and continue with any other professional development or support that's needed. And we really want to, you know, along the way, also get feedback from teachers on how that loop is happening. What more support do teachers need? What worked, what didn't work? And even just after next school year, checking in on that screening process before we get to screening again. Are there any adjustments or changes? Did we have good placements this year? Is there something else we would want to change with that? So support's needed for a successful model. And this was really a great process because not only did we look at research to determine what some of the supports might be, but we those subcommittees that worked this spring were the teachers provided great insights into us for us into what they felt that they needed. So I spoke about the teacher professional development, and we don't expect any additional funding needed for that. We can utilize our grant funds for professional development to support that work. We need to continue with that expanded kindergarten screening process. And this year we're able to utilize for the screening dates in June for Amherst. We'll be able to utilize some of our our executive order money. We're actually able to utilize some of that money, and that was already kind of earmarked for that screening process. And we will need to, if that expanded kindergarten screening process that we did this year in Amherst needs to be replicated over the summer again next year, we may need to be budgeting for that. We're hoping to move that back to the spring, which we've always done, but depending on the amount of time that it takes, we want to look at that and see what that screening process would look like. We need to continue to communicate with families. We want them to know as they're joining us for kindergarten that they're staying with those teachers in that group of students. This was a big need from kindergarten teachers and 1st grade teachers. They said to us, we need to have our kindergarten materials and our 1st grade materials. If we're constantly going back and forth, we can't be shuffling materials between teachers and wait, but I actually need that because I needed to continue with this book because I'm extending into first grade and now give that back to me and wait, that book got lost in my classroom move. So that was our biggest concern from teachers, was the need to really have those curriculum materials, have both kindergarten and first grade, so that they can, if they have a group one where a year where they can seamlessly start moving into some first grade content, they have the materials with them and they have what they need. And again, for first grade, if they're doing some review with some kindergarten, to have easy access to those materials. So for the most part, they would be teacher materials. There could be some student materials. So this summer we'll be working to develop a list of additional materials that might be needed to support this looping model. It's not going to be a huge expense because most of it is teacher materials, but we would look to include that in the budget process, and we'll certainly share that out. The other piece is the physical space. So we're looking here at Mont Vernon. We have plenty of space, but we're in a kindergarten classroom right now. Does the teacher stay here and this becomes the first grade room? Or do they actually move down to the first grade classroom after that 1 year? And that's certainly something we need to determine. We have a lovely, beautiful kindergarten room in the front of the building too at Mont Vernon. Does the teacher and those students stay there for 2 years, or do they move down the hallway to the first grade classrooms? And then every year you're moving classrooms, disruptive, but how do we utilize our space? Same at Clark Wilkins, and that's an even different challenge with the two different buildings, Clark versus Wilkins. And if teachers are moving, they're actually moving down the street to the other school. So we're working on those pieces. No final determinations have been made. We actually sent out a survey to Clark Wilkins families to ask them how they felt about their child staying at Clark for 2 years, or never going to Clark and going to Wilkins and staying there for 2 years. And we made sure we shared some of those implications. There are different specialists at Clark than there are at Wilkins. So we're looking to make those physical space determinations and what makes the most sense that's reasonable for our teachers and appropriate for our students. And then again, as I mentioned, that process to really break the loop. So we've been doing some deep work, and it's been exciting work and fun work. I know teachers are a little nervous. This is something new that we're trying, and we feel confident. Research supports this work, and we're excited to be able to bring this idea of a anchoring adult and a multi-year anchoring adult down to the elementary level. And we're excited to work closely with the teachers to do this. The committee work has been great to really get their feedback and their support. So I'm happy to answer questions if time permits.
I know I have a few. Anybody else? We'll do Beth and then John.
For, thinking in the realm of Clark Wilkins, we used to have half of our first graders at Clark and half at Wilkins. We were finally able to bring everybody over to Wilkins. And when we did that, there was a concern about that divide, the differences of experience and things like that, and then coming together again in second grade. This would be 2 years of not knowing half of your peers. So, I just caution, I guess, is, I respect the not wanting teachers to have to move buildings every other year. But we also need to caution, that divide, it's not knowing half of your people, it's having different experiences in the different buildings and, a lot of the social emotional stuff, so.
Would you support building one pre-K through 5 building that would resolve that issue?
When is that gonna happen? Just asking, like, when are we gonna
put it on our original looping documents for the new building, but then we thought that was a little premature. But-
Like,
That
we're
was
working
my
on that,
turn.
aren't we?
We can work on that, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
We can look into that.
And Beth, we had the same concern, which was why we talked about actually having, all 7 kindergarten classes at Clark, and then they stay at Clark for 2 years, with the next group starting at Wilkins and never going to Clark. So that's the other option.
Wait, what?
So let's next
Two
year.
cohorts, one Clark cohort, one Wilkins cohort.
Oh, so 1 year we'll have kindergarten, second grade, and then the next, yes, that's how that works. Okay.
It's an option.
Thank
That
you.
is actually really
John?
Yeah. I'm very intrigued. Cool idea. My kids were in a program where they was looping as well, but it was first and second grade. So it's kind of, so there's like two parts to my question. This was the French system, so the maternelle was 3, 4, or 5 years old. Then they looped first and second, and then off you go. So I guess one question is why you pick K1 versus something like 1 and 2, curious. And then second related question is, well, why not then 2, 3? Or why not do that a couple of times throughout the elementary school experience?
You're ahead of us. So we have kicked the idea around. One of the reasons we started with K1 is that they're, while kindergarten and first grade are very different, the students developmentally are very different. A lot of the kindergarten standards repeat the next year. They just require more independence. So we thought starting with a K1 loop would be really helpful for teachers while you are learning. And the math, there is a significant adjustment in those expectations in math and an addition of some of the standards. But a lot of it is in kindergarten with guidance and support, and then in first grade with independence. So we thought that was a nice way to start our loop to see how, to kind of ease that transition. It's a lot for a teacher to change grade levels. It's significant. And I know sometimes it's, oh, well, they know they teach kids. It's okay. And it is, because we have amazing teachers, but it's a lot to catch up to speed on those expectations for the standards because they are very different. So we have talked about, well, what next? If this is successful, if the K1 loop is successful, what does this look like? Do we do a 2-3 loop? And we did kick around the idea, should kindergarten always be separate and then it's a 1-2 and then a 3-4 loop? Right now, our fourth grade model starts with our STEM humanities. So if we did a K1 loop and then a 2-3 loop, and then fourth grade starts with humanities, that would work well for our current model. So that was another rationale for beginning the way that we did. Someone could argue the other way too.
Right.
Before we get your second question.
She whipped the both of them.
Oh.
Good.
So I'm astounded at the depth of planning you've done. And
It's been a busy spring.
the preparation for success that you are doing. And I hope on planning like D-Day works out.
I know, we'll see, fingers crossed.
And I know I've said to you once or twice in the past, I said, you had it once or twice in the past, I'll say it now, so to lay a groundwork for a far future day. If we ever want to solve the AMS to SHS transition problem, we would loop 8 and 9. It would require 10 times the work you're doing, but it would be a great thing for all of us if we ever did that.
Too bad we're not one to split. So crazy how I've been building like for that. But I wonder, that's an interesting wonder that I'd love to like.
Right. But you've already set the model with the K1, if you do 2s, you'll get there eventually.
Ms. Priest.
I have a couple of questions. Should I ask one and then?
And one, and then we'll see if anyone else, and then you go.
Sounds good. Somewhere on your slides, it said that K1 teachers are going to meet during grade level times. How will that work for Clark Wilkins teachers?
Yeah, so we typically meet during our late start time. So we usually choose one building and we'll swap the building back and forth. So we might say K1 is meeting, and Mont Vernon teachers come down, or sometimes the other teachers come up during those late starts as well. So we're actually pulling teachers from 3 separate buildings for late start, but it's really helpful. We wanted to have the K1 group feel like a full team together and not here are K teachers in our one and they do their loops separate. We want them really to work together to share out those developmental expectations in the curriculum and the pacing.
So it's more of a monthly than the weekly meeting?
Yes, yes.
Great, thank you. Anybody else before? Oh, I'm sorry, right up here too. So I didn't think this is great. I have good confidence. I am wondering, when we talk about success and whether we can move it, how are we going to measure that both for our students and our staff and look at whether or not this is actually working both socially, emotionally, and academically?
Yeah, those are good questions. We haven't developed like our full evaluation plan for how we're evaluating it. Certainly we'd be looking for teacher feedback on that. We haven't developed something formal for what that might look like. Our subcommittees that are working certainly could be almost focus groups in a sense to provide feedback in each of those areas and how looping is going. So that was one thing we considered. We would also be certainly looking at both NWEA results to look at how students are doing. I think what's really critical is the feedback from our teachers in that second year. Were they able to accelerate learning? Were they able to go a little slower maybe in that first year and then be able to accelerate in that second year? Where did we get with pacing? Are our looping teachers actually outpacing those pacing guides that the grade level teachers developed? Because that would be fascinating to look at and to see. So that would be another piece. And as Victoria mentioned earlier this evening, really looking at acquisition of standards. So if we're measuring competencies, how are our students doing in those competencies? Do we have more students meeting expectations?
Great, and I think that's great, and I would caution, I think that, it might take a couple cycles to, before we can truly get a clear picture of if this is working or not.
Yeah, there's always that in education, that implementation dip
Right.
that sometimes districts often, well, Steve said, hey, it's been 8 years and we're doing well with math now. It did take 8 years for those kids to get up to the high school. I think sometimes districts will jump because if they don't see, the benefit right away, they get nervous and think, ooh, that didn't have the impact. So certainly with the implementation dip, we want to make sure that we're not quickly changing. If we're getting consistent feedback from all parties that something's not working, we might certainly want to re-examine. But if there's a little bit of an implementation dip, we maybe don't want to turn course too quickly.
Is the educational expectation for the students and for the teachers to meet the kindergarten standards at the end of the first year? Or is it fluid and you don't, I'm not gonna say you don't care, but is it fluid as long as they meet the end of the first grade that they meet them all at that point?
So that's a really good question. We've been kicking that around. We want to be cautious about not slowing down too much in that first year where we can't then meet those first grade expectations at the end of the year. And I think that's why those grade level meetings are going to be so critical. So one thing about the kindergarten standards, while we have an expectation for what the reading level of a student should be towards the end of that kindergarten year, and there are, certainly are some expectations in math. A lot of those standards, as I mentioned, are with guidance and support, and they really are reinforced that next year. So we would be looking for students to still academically be, our goal is always for students to be at a D or an E reading level at the end of kindergarten. We would still want students to be there with their reading. We wouldn't want to kind of get in a hole early on, but I think the idea that if there are some standards that were introduced but not fully mastered, they could be mastered that next year. So I know I probably haven't answered your question.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, you
Okay, so we talked about the wide variety of learners that come into kindergarten. If we slow down our kindergarten year, are we slowing down the kids that are ready to be moved ahead? That would be part of my concern. Just in terms of slowing down that first year and making sure that, that really we're looking at the whole class. I think there's a lot of really great things about looping. We've seen the social emotional and the connection to the teacher and the reality that they can just pick up and keep going that second year. But part of my concern would be when we put children in a room in kindergarten and you have some who are already at a C level reading, and then you're getting them to later on, are we allowing those teachers to have breakout groups? Are we encouraging that? I know in our first grade classrooms, we see a lot more of the ability to, I'm gonna call it level. As a parent, this is my first school board meeting. So as a parent, I'm gonna call it, letting them level. Are we gonna allow that? Or is it going to be everyone's on the level playing field and we're just kind of hoping that they all get to the same place? That would be my concern.
Yeah. One of the ideas from the teachers around slowing down was to be able to go deeper and to do more hands-on activities and more experiential activities. So it wasn't that they were, and I probably used the wrong phrase, going slower. It's that they wouldn't feel like they're on the hamster wheel and they feel like there were opportunities for more real world experiences, hands-on experiences, and to be able to go deeper. Where they didn't feel that race to be, where at the end of kindergarten, that's my last chance to be with those students, that you have that opportunity that next year. But I think that's going to be an important, you bring up an important piece, Victoria, around just monitoring all of the students in each of the classrooms and making sure their individual needs are being met and that we're not going so slow that kids are bored.
Great, thank you, Mr. Torres.
Yeah, just real quick, it sounds like what's old is new. So you mentioned 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So why do you think many districts or systems kind of migrated away from that? There's got to be some reason, whether it's financial or.
It's actually pretty inexpensive to loop. It's pretty significant professional development for teachers, and if there's any resource that's needed, it's the professional development to support the teachers in continually doing that loop. I think a lot of districts also implemented it piecemeal, where it wasn't like every teacher cohesively is looping. So it was kind of, oh, you can do this or you can do that. Now, there are some schools that do have looping and have continued with that looping model. I think for the most part, it was that it wasn't necessarily a cohesive practice across the school. And some of the schools that we looked into that actually did have a cohesive practice of doing that are still continuing to loop. And I forget what district it is, and I had it in my head earlier, and it's getting late, so I apologize, but a district in Massachusetts actually has looped for a number of years and continuously loops, and they've seen such a huge increase in attendance, decrease in discipline referrals, and they've continued that practice for many years. So that's a school that, due to COVID, we did not reach out to them and do a site visit, but we're hoping to do that next year. I can look into it more deeply. There wasn't any research we came across as to like a glaring reason why schools didn't. I think it's the ongoing PD.
So it's probably more an internal bandwidth issue as far as the, the internal capital you guys have within the system itself that's kind of preventing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Christine? I've got two very quick ones. Number one, privacy concerns about students that are identified as not being acceptable to be in a cohort and being transitioned to another cohort. So making sure that's a part of the dialogue. And hey, hey, did you hear about Jimmy? He got kicked out because he didn't deal well with Billy. Like that, unfortunately, that's something that has to be a concern because the groups are staying close. Billy's not with us anymore. What happened? And it's none of anyone's business. So like that clearly is a concern. Number two, in Mont Vernon, we have very successful transitions between kindergarten and first grade. Our test scores in the kindergarten level are, rock star status. First grade, there's very little regression. So going back to Steve's concept of, it takes time to sort of see the results there. What are the benchmarks we're going to make sure that we see that if there is a regression between those two and something's not working out, it's not as cohesive, when do we make changes? Do we make changes in year 5, year 10? What are the benchmarks for that?
I definitely think we need to look at it at the end of the first loop. So after 2 years, we need to have a pretty deep look to see where students went both in their kindergarten year and then in that first grade year. And we can certainly look back at our data from kindergarten, first grade, previous cohorts to make sure that performance is pretty similar. I know it's hard at the village school, we have such rock star performance in kindergarten and first grade. It's hard to actually even beat the, when 80–90% of students are meeting target growth. It's pretty hard to beat that. But I've had an incredible conversation with Amy Lavoie, and she was sharing with me like how she can't wait to get her hands on the kindergarten reading teacher materials because she wants to start digging into them and start processing them and seeing what those look like. So I think it's a big lift for teachers to change grade levels. So I know that they're a little nervous about that, and I feel confident we're providing the supports to help them with that. But if after, we've done a loop and, we've promised that next group though that they would, we want to see a loop through certainly. And if kids are midway through a loop, we want to finish that loop. But if we're seeing significant changes in performance, we even after 2 or 3 years need to re-examine that.
Are you going to give parents the opportunity to opt out of the loop?
We are going to have like a parent appeals process. We would want it to be again the same that you brought up, a significant reason. So was there I want them to have a different teacher. That would really break that loop pretty significantly. But if there is a strong rationale for why that student shouldn't be in that classroom or with those peers for another year, then we certainly will look at those requests. So the breaking the loop committee is what they're calling it, the procedures committee. They haven't finalized that yet because they actually have about a year before they really need to finalize it. And that's sort of the trickiest, as you said. How do you deal with Johnny's not in a group anymore? That group's a pretty tight-knit group.
So if you have enough parents that solicit that waiver, what's the point of the loop?
Especially in Mont Vernon with a small class size.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything except with just to tee out something you just said. Well, I don't know that they have a year. It could be bad
Oh, right
energy
away.
for breaking the loop. I mean, there could be bad energy that becomes evident
Mhm.
beyond anyone's prediction in the first month.
Yeah.
So
And we have talked to teachers about that. Like, let's look at the group in the first month, especially Mont Vernon. There could be a rationale and an easy reason to change. And the Mont Vernon kindergarten teachers are such a great partnership, and they actually do a lot together. There could be a rationale early on for making that change.
And we have a history of creating systems, but treating students as individuals. I think this past year is a pretty good example of that.
Florence, and then we'll wrap it.
Really quickly, I would also want to make sure that we're being really aware about the second grade year, because if you've got kids that are looping for 2 years, what is the impact on that year when they're suddenly not looping any longer? So how is their, how is their academic performance that year? Is it better? Is it worse? Social, emotionally, is there an impact? I would want to know.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Let's move on to our public input, number 2 of 2, and seeing the members of the public. We'll move on. There is no non-public, correct?
Correct.
Great. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. We'll see each other in August. And we're 4 minutes over. Mr. Gronstra makes a motion to close.
Second.
Second, all in favor, raise your hands. Ms. Taylor, yes or no? Over there. I know we need to do a roll call, but everyone can hear this.
Taylor, yes. Thank you.
All right. See you, Ms. Closed for the night. Thank you, everyone.